Hey friends, welcome to part 2 of the 12 Hours of Christmas. My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. I've been streaming for 6 hours straight and I forgot to put the onesie on. Because of a couple incredibly generous donations, I have to put the onesie on and leave it on for 3 hours straight. But those 3 hours after that, who knows? There's already well, wait, no, we burned this 50 with the hat. So, yeah, if this goes from 750 to 850, then that's another extra hour of the onesie. 950, another hour. Yeah, that's right. And then 1050 would be the last hour. So if this gets to 1050, I will have to wear the onesie for the last 6 hours of the live stream. Hello, Florence! Did you have fun? Love it. Florence is Azalea's first name, and that's what she's been going by in school for whatever reason for the past about a year or so, I guess, towards the end of middle school and now into high school, and that's what she wants to go by now. So if you're wondering why I'm calling Azalea Florence, that's why. Oh, onesie life. I'm not happy to be back, but it's well worth it for that sweet, juicy content. That flight footage was the DJI Cinewhoop Cinesplorer 1 at a demolition site, a 16-story hotel, a very famous hotel apparently in Macon, Georgia, that is being blown up, imploded on January 1st. And I got hired to fly it. So on Friday, I swear to God, 25 minutes before I was going to do this 12-hour stream on Friday, I got hired on Saturday morning to go up and fly it for a bunch of B-roll. And then I'm just waiting to hear back about January 1st to see if they want me to come out and fly the actual implosion. There's a couple of guys filming a show about imploding buildings. And this is their pilot. And so I got a whole bunch of really cool stuff, and it was a blast, and I made a bunch of money. And so, Friday was a good day. Oh, wait, no, Saturday. Saturday was a good day. But yeah, this stream has been pushed back a couple of times, but that's okay. The original ethos behind the 12 Hours of Christmas was when I was living alone and my family was not going to be in town. I didn't have anybody to spend Christmas with. And I said, you know what? There's going to be a bunch of other people that are going to be in that same situation. It might have been the year before COVID, or it might have been the year of COVID. I forget. But the thought process behind the stream was, hey, we can all hang out together since we're separated from our families for one reason or another. And yeah, from like a mental health standpoint, that's kind of important. It's really tough to not have people to be around on holidays and whatnot. And so for the first year or two, the 12 Hours of Christmas was like on Christmas Day. In years since then, I have had, my new family in this house, and then I've had my parents be in town like they were this year. And, so I've spent Christmas with them and pushed this stream a little bit. I didn't think I was going to have to push this stream quite so far, but when certain things come up, I have to kind of just jump on them. And so, yeah, here we are. Last year, it got pushed back so much that it ended up being the 12 Hours of New Year's, which I almost did again this year, but I thought, you know what? Let's get this going now. The Christmas tends to be more lonely than New Year's. So we're doing it right now. And we are 6 hours in, baby. If you want to see more flying from the construction site, the beginning of the beginning and the end of the of part 1 of this stream have a bunch more, couple more batteries. The one of them ripping around on the inside, which is playing actually right now, and then flying around the outside of the building. Wild stuff. Seeing them drill all these holes in the supports to put these charges in there. Crazy stuff. And that truck that I was just flying around, that's the truck that has all the dynamite and whatnot in it. Wild world, man. Blowing up buildings for a living. Can you imagine? Right now, I am drilling out a Newbie Drone Light AF frame with a 9/64 drill bit, right? Yeah, 9/64 drill bit. Both the Cockroach V3 and especially the Cockroach Light AF frame need you to do this if you're going to run Happy Model motors. Happy Model motors have a C-clip that sits down further and is a little bit bigger than than all the other motors, basically. And so all you got to do is take a drill bit, and what you want to do is angle it. It's not enough to just drill it straight. You then want to come in here and angle the drill bit around to remove a little bit of extra material. You might be able to just choose one size up on the drill bit to get this done, but I actually like angling it around like this because when you drill it out, it leaves a bunch of plastic boogers. And by angling it around like this, you get a bunch of those boogers off. You do have to then come in and pull some of them off, which I'm going to do right now. But still, it's not a big deal. It takes 5 whole minutes, and these 2 cockroach frames are quite a bit better in my experience than the other frames that are available. They're lighter and tougher, and they also have the main part of the duct better centered, so that especially with Happy Model motors, your propeller is going to ride around the center of the duct. This way, when you bump into stuff, instead of the propeller hitting one of the supports for the duct and stalling the motor out and having you fall out of the air, it just bounces into the tip of the propeller, and a lot of times it'll bounce right off and you can keep on flying. So it's well worth this little bit of effort for these to get these cockroach frames working perfectly with the Happy Model motors. And so just a little bit of that, just getting these little extra bits of plastic off here, and then we'll be ready to go. And then we can finally fly this rig. This is a build with the new Beta FPV Matrix AIO, and I believe 40,000 kV motors, but I'll double check that in just a second. And then, of course, the Newbie Drone Cockroach Light AF frame. So this is a pretty wild build. The Matrix AIO weighs pretty much exactly the same as the 2G4 AIO. And so, yeah, this will be a nutty build. It's not going to be down in like the 16 gram range. I think it'll be 17 point something grams with how lightweight this Light AF frame is. But then these motors make mad power and have mad KV. These are the highest RPM motors that we've got. They're not the most powerful motors. The RC and Power 0702 29,000s actually make the most power, but these motors are the highest RPM. So these motors you will go the fastest with these motors. They won't accelerate and decelerate quite as fast as the RC and Power motors, but if you go full throttle and leave it full throttle, these will get to a higher top speed because they crank that higher RPM. And you can just kind of feel that. Like the RC and Power motors, you accelerate outrageously fast, and then they just kind of like get to a point where they don't go quite as fast as these, where these just keep accelerating and you hit like a little bit of a higher top speed. It's kind of cool. It's really neat to fly those 2 motors back to back. Omega Xenon, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Enjoy yourself, my friend. Ask any questions that you've got. For anybody new around here, all you got to do in the chat is type CiottiFPV. If you do that and you spell it right, it'll light your comment up in orange for me. Well, it'll light my name up in orange. You can do that with each other. You can even do it for yourself if you want to see what it looks like. If you type your own name into the chat, in your chat comment, after you hit enter. Your name will light up in orange. So if you want to ask me a question, basically if you want me to read your chat comment, because I don't read the entire chat, if you want me to read your chat comment, all you got to do is type my name. You can do it with each other too. If there's somebody who you want to get their attention, or just if you're talking to somebody, type their name. And for that person, their name will light up in orange, and they will certainly read your comment. Unless they've stepped away from the computer, in which case you're screwed. Nah, you'll be all right. Something I have noticed about these HQ props is that the tips of these propellers do swing a little bit lower than the Gem Fan props, but it's not too low that it's going to get caught up on the supports of these Newbie Drone frames, which is good. But yeah, I wish the HQ props had the blades up just a little bit higher on the hub. I think they did shorten up the hub though, which would explain why that's happening. It's a bit of a minor thing, but it's still a thing. Maybe the next thing that we do, I've got a whole bunch of things planned. We won't get through all of them, but one of the things I definitely do want to get through is measuring a bunch of these motors from the stator base to where the propeller will bottom out, so that we can take a look at which motors are a little bit taller and lower to get the props for 65 millimeter builds. The point to knowing that is making sure that the propeller rides around the inside of the duct properly. For the 75 millimeter builds, the reason we want to know that is that on the really nice Modula 7 V3 frame that we're using for all these 2S builds, the propeller will actually hit the duct supports when you turtle mode. I've got a bunch of 1 millimeter spacers that at some point here will be up on the Etsy store that help with that problem, along with M1.4x5 screws that are on the way. But there are some motors where you won't have to do the spacers and longer screws thing. And I want to try to figure out which motors those are. All right, cool. So I got this frame drilled out the rest of the way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we good now. We good now. Yep. Well, now it feels like this. It feels like this motor is actually dragging a little bit. Hold on, let me see. It shouldn't be. There's maybe just. Nah, it shouldn't be. Let's put it into beta flight, spin the motors up, and take a look at the RPM to see if we can see anything that's changed. A minute ago on part 1 of the stream when we did this, motors 1 and 2 that I just drilled out a little bit more were like 4,000 RPM lower than motors 3 and 4. Let's see if that's still the case. Metsky with a 199 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. He says, thanks for all the whoop knowledge. You're certainly welcome, my friend. I'm going to take that 199 and buy drugs or something with it. Instead of putting it in here, because it'll just make this number be not even, and that'll drive everyone insane. I hope you're cool with that, Metsky. I don't do drugs. I don't drink either anymore. I'm pretty boring. I'll buy some tiny whoop props with it. How about that? Used to make a joke about spending your guys' money on hookers and blow, but I stopped making that joke a while ago. There we go. Messi says, buy some whoop screws. Perfect. Hell yeah. All right. Plugging this guy in. Let's see what it do. Motors tab. I understand the risks. Zoom in a little bit so that you guys can see the RPMs with me. And here we go. 69,000. We're back. Well, it was 69. Yep. 70. Perfect. So it did make a difference. Drilling those, drilling motor 1 and 2 out extra, did make a difference. So that's pretty cool. That is a win for sure. So yeah, the Newbie Drone Light AF frame specifically, it's pretty bad. The motor holes are tight like a tiger. And so you got to get them drilled out. You really, really do. Let's fly this thing. Hold on, let's weigh it. 40,000 kV motors. What do they weigh? Well, what's the whole build weigh? But 40,000 kV motors, pretty lightweight build. CO3 camera, Beta FPV, G-string canopy, ultra lightweight antenna. Ooh, not bad. Wow, 17.1. That's really light. 17.1 grams with 40,000 kV motors and the new HQ biblades. This'll be nuts. That's still working? It is indeed. So this is not a full battery. We just hammered on this battery pretty good, spinning each motor up full blast. So don't like pay attention to the runtime that we get here, but it's not really about runtime when it comes to these hideously powerful rigs. It's about fun time, not runtime. See what I did there? You don't? All right. That's okay. Hold on, let me get these battery leads where they need to be. That's better. This battery lead is extra long. I should, if I shorten this, I can get this down under 17 grams. Let's see if the doggo comes a running. Teddy, where the hell are you? I just turned a quad on. You should be here bugging me. Oh, he heard it. I know he heard it. Oh, here he comes. There he is. Hey, little buddy boy. Oh my God, this thing has power. Holy shit. So look at the hover throttle percentage all the way down at like 23, 24%. The PID loop is actually also a little overactive. Let me just back it off a little bit. Profile, simplified tuning, and we are just, wow, it's already backed off pretty good though. The light AF frame is a little bit wobbly. We'll leave it alone. Let's go upstairs. This will be super fun upstairs. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, easy, easy, easy. Careful, little buddy. Oh, it's fast. Oh my God. Ah! Couch ate me. You can see a little bit of shaking from the PID loop just being a little overactive. Oh, I didn't mean to go down to that gate, but I'll take it. Oh, boy. CO3 camera is a little bit of an adjustment for me. I'm used to the Runcam Nano 3. I do like this camera. The thing I don't like about this camera, though, is that the auto white balance adjusts a little too often, a little too aggressively. So you'll see like all the, you know, this is incandescent light, so this is properly exposed now, but like if I go up here, or like if I put it into a bright light, it'll adjust, and then you'll see the lights kind of go blue sometimes. Not a whole lot you can do about that. That's baked into the camera. Boy, you got to be on it for something this lightweight. Oh boy. For something this lightweight with this much power. 2 failed Matty flips in a row. Come on, let's get one. Ah! It's hard to do front flips inside a house. Teddy, can you help me, please? Oh, doggy! Oh, look at him. He got him his little beard. You little devil. The low battery warning is set too high. Ah! Oh, what was that? Yeah, you can hear it. It's just a little angry. Let me take a look at what the filters are set at for this, because it should be able to handle the PID settings that it's at with these motors and whatnot. I mean, it's not prop washing, so like it kind of doesn't matter, and I could probably back the PIDs off a little bit and have it still not prop wash. And like if you're pushing the PIDs up beyond the point where it has already stopped prop washing, why are you doing that? Like, the PIDs are there to eat the prop wash and to keep the thing on set point. To continue to push them farther and farther, it doesn't really get you much of anything. You could make the argument that, like, for racing, it might help, but I don't really buy it. You can accomplish the same thing by pushing the feed forward. Pushing in more feed forward, I should say. Oh, Okay, so this doesn't have the super secret. Oh, this has a regular gyro in it. This has an ICM gyro in it. Okay, I was gonna say this doesn't have the super secret Brandon's Baked Beans BMI 270 filtering setup in it, but it doesn't need it because it's on an ICM gyro. So this is actually, come to think of it, this is set up completely stock, which is okay, other than like the rates. Rates are a little different. So it's got 3 gyro RPM filter harmonics. There's no reason for that. We're going to drop that down to 1. The gyro filter multiplier is way too aggressive. We're going to crank that all the way up. And then, oh my God, that's right. This has this weird dynamic notch filter max frequency all the way down at 300. We're going to go up to 900. This should clean it up. Well, let's see. In theory, this will clean it up. Believe it or not, all I've done is remove filtering, but Tiny Whoops have a problem where if you have too much filtering on them, it's not good. And so this actually might clean it up considerably by removing filtering. I haven't adjusted the PIDs at all. Let's take a look. All right. And okay, here's another fresh battery. Let's throw this on and see how it is. Yeah, I was trying this Matrix AIO on like the stock settings for science. But we're done with science. Now we're flying. And so let's see how it is. I'll leave the OSD on for you guys. I forgot to change the low battery warning. And it's better. Yep. When I jump off the throttle, it's dead silent, which means that the PIDs are quiet. Wow, this has a lot more. I mean, not more, but this just has a humongous power to weight ratio. So there you go. Yeah, the Matrix board. So this Matrix board came in the Meteor 75 Pro, I believe. Did it? It says in the PID profile, GemFan 45mm. Yeah. So this Matrix AIO came with the Meteor 75 Pro, and it just had a little bit more filtering than is really necessary for its current setup in a 65mm rig. Oh God, I almost never hit the ceiling at that part of the power loop. Oh my God, I hit the fucking blinds. Don't fall in the sink. It's in the sink. Oh my God, don't breathe. Oh God, it's behind the sink. I'm good. Oh, there's all kinds of bowls filled with water in that sink. I'm not gonna turtle mode that shit. Woo boy, what is it with me and destroying beta FPV, new beta FPV stuff in the water? Oh, it's time for a full-blown Teddy performance. I can feel it. Oh, hey, hey, oh, oh, hey, oh, hey, what are you gonna do? He's gonna eat it. angry. Ooh, he's angry. He's gonna get slobber all over this camera lens. Ooh! Ooh! Oh, he's pissed. He's like, you haven't played with me for 6 hours. I'm gonna take it out on this little thing. Look at that fluff. Look at the majesty of the fluff. Oh, what a good dog. Teddy Spaghetti. Oh, boy. The acceleration. Oh, my God. The combination of this much power and the weight that this thing is at, it's just bananas. Oh, yo. Oh, I love it. My God, I miss these unbelievably overpowered lightweight rigs. Man, see how I'm bouncing up? That's how you know the power to weight ratio is serious. I'm usually really good at catching it like that at the bottom and just like flattening the elevation out. If I'm bouncing up like that, that means it's a significantly more powerful rig than what I'm used to. If I flew a bunch of batteries in a row, I'd get used to it with this, but yeah. Woo! Damn, this thing flies great. Especially now that the PIDs are taken care of and I'm not worried about it like cooking a motor or a ESC fat. Damn. Damn. That is something. That is something. We'll see how durable it is after I start bashing on it. I'm very curious about these G-string canopies. They really push on the rear connection point, the rear post on the frame. All right, let me get caught up on chat here. Craig Meyer said, yeah, I got it. Craig Meyer says, can we pre-purchase tickets for the Tiny Whoop giveaway at 11 p.m. Eastern? You can, but you have to be a patron and you have to have your address in Patreon. I'm not chasing you guys down for your addresses. So, yeah, there you go. Maggie's home. Time is it 9? Yeah, it's about right. Aye. Give me a minute to catch up with her when she walks in the door. Ask her how the dance class went. Is this charging? Yeah, 3.95. We're good. Damn, dude, this rails. Good Lord. That is wild. All right, we're going to get into something else. Maybe we're going to dive into spreadsheet time to figure out which motors are taller and shorter. I think basically what it is that happy model motors are shorter and then everybody else's motors are taller. I would rather a motor be shorter because then it's a shorter lever, less leverage to bend the motor shaft, to mainly bend the motor shaft. But yeah, there's that. Hey, how did it go?
Hey, honey. It was good.
Was it?
It was merengue night, which is merengue is my least favorite. But that's okay.
Nice. Did you do some styling stuff?
Yeah, he did. Actually, I learned a couple things.
Oh, you didn't though?
Huh?
You didn't though? I put in the email that you were gonna. Didn't you see?
I mean, I did.
Oh, cool.
But like because I was his follow, like I was his example, and so I was able to tell them a few things about styling.
Sweet.
Latin hips.
Anybody show? How many people showed up? Same as last week?
I think it was about 10 of us.
Oh, cool. Everybody had fun?
We have somebody coming in to teach Argentine tango next week. That one woman who's from Germany or something.
Okay.
Her daughter's coming into town, and she's been studying Argentine tango, and she's going to teach while she's only here for like 5 days, but she'll teach next week.
I love it.
I'm going to leave these right here.
Okay.
I couldn't get any new names because you didn't give me your password.
Oh, yeah, I meant to message it to you.
Yes, darling.
All right, so James Thomas says I'm back. How many parts are we having? 2. Last call is at 2 a.m. Cheetonian says, I really want to see a rubble cloud dive, but the drone probably wouldn't like that. Yeah, if they bring me out for the building implosion, I don't know what's going to happen. But if it gets swallowed up by the cloud, it's an implosion, right? So like if the dust cloud eats the Cinewoop and it falls down, whatever, it'll just be super dirty. That'll be some pretty goddamn good footage. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Brand Anderson says, burning question. T-Motor F411 13 amp 1S flight controller went to use Blue Jay and can't read any ESCs. Is this because it's BL Heli 32? Yes. It's really weird, man. Like BL Heli 32 ESCs or AIOs are now the least desirable, which seems absolutely insane, but we own the BL Heli devs are to blame. That we all asked them, please don't do what you're about to do, but they did, and it's kind of shitty that they completely locked us out. But BL Heli 32 will still work, you just can't update, and so that AIO is probably current enough that you won't need to update it. I've got a bunch of ESCs that are not current enough, and they're on such old versions of BL Heli 32 that they don't even have RPM a bidirectional D-shot on them. And that really sucks because those are just worthless ESCs now. Technically, yes, you can direct solder to tiny little pads and then somehow flash it to AM32, but I'm not going to do that. That's insane. Like that's way too much work. I will just cross my fingers that the BL Heli devs eventually change their minds and open BL Heli 32 back up so that we can update older stuff. But yeah, BL Heli 32 ESCs, as far as I'm concerned, should not be purchased under any circumstances at this point. You want AM32 or BL Heli S, and then with BL Heli S you can put it onto Blue Jay. Sam says, just joining the live stream now. How do we enter the giveaways? At 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I put it right here. At 11 o'clock, I will explain it. Basically, you're going to do either a super chat or a PayPal. It's $5 per ticket, but don't do it now. You got to wait until the giveaway begins. JP Spin says, "Man, have I had some dark holidays. This is much appreciated." Yeah, man. The Hallmark movies portrayal of holidays is not real for an awful lot of people, and we got to stick together. And we got to hook up our 3D printers together and print a little tiny boat together. 3D printing, man. Very cool. Anybody that's just joining, this is what you missed in a chunk of the part 1. I won a Bamboo Lab A1 Mini at Rampage this year for having the best micro edit. And the prize was that, and it has sat on the shelf back there ever since. I brought it home, I unboxed it, and I was like, yeah, on a live stream, I'm gonna set it up. I'll do it next week. I'll do it next week. I haven't had anything to print, so it's just been sitting back there. And then the other last week, I guess somebody was like, "Yo, you should set up the goddamn 3D printer finally on the 12-hour stream." I was like, "Done, perfect." So that's like one of the first things that we did, which was awesome. JP Spin. Oh no, we got that. Craig Meyer says, "Question: Does 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi interact/conflict with ELRS transmission?" It does not, but it does. No, but the 5.8 Wi-Fi does interfere with 5.8 video a little bit, which is why if you're going to fly around your house, you want to use Race 8. Race 8 is as far away as possible from 5.8 gig Wi-Fi. But yeah, no, ELRS is brilliant at like basically channel hopping and finding a channel that's very clean. So yeah, ELRS has been like bulletproof 99.9% of the time. It's not completely bulletproof, but boy, is it close. So yeah, it's super, super impressive. Morton Upshot says, if you need to angle 9/64ths, why not just use a 5/32? It's because by angling it, you get some of those plastic boogers out. When you drill that frame perfectly 90 degrees, you get a bunch of those little plastic coils. Cole Power says, did you ping Discord about part 2? I did indeed. Right? Yep, I did indeed. Omega Zenon says, saw you on a video with Josh Bardwell about Tiny Whoops. I'm a newbie. Happy holidays. Thanks for coming, brother. Yeah, that was a while ago. Josh and I have done a bunch of stuff together, which has been really fun. He's a great guy. I've been lucky enough to call him a friend for many, many years. I met him at Quad Camp was the first time I met him, actually. Quad Camp Atlanta, which is like 6 years ago now, 6 or 7 years ago now. I was pretty early to the hobby, maybe even longer. I think it was 7 years ago. Met him there, and then kept in touch. He had me come to the Quad Camp at his house as an instructor, helping people out, which was great. And then, yeah, I mean, we just kept in touch. He was in Atlanta about 4 years ago, and he had a live stream scheduled, and he said, hey, can I live stream from your house? I was like, yeah, sure, as long as I can be in it. And he's like, well, yeah, you'll be like my special guest for the whole thing. I was like, cool. And that was the very first live stream I did. At the end of it, he was like, dude, you're really good at this. You should maybe think about doing it. And that was it. I started live streaming for fun after that. And the beginning of COVID, I got laid off from my project management job. And I said, you know what? I actually messaged him. I was like, dude, how dumb do you think it would be to try to turn the live stream into like my full-time gig? Hey, whoo, ha. And he said the 4 words that have never left me, which was, if not now, then when? 5 words, I guess. He said that, and I was like, all right, I guess I'm going for it. And it's been a hell of a ride ever since. It's very cool to have so many of you beautiful people that appreciate what I'm doing, support me. The best way to support me is over... Hey, I haven't shilled in the second part of the live stream. CiottiFPV.com is the website with a million ways that you can support me if you like this and want to see it continue, because I am totally crowdfunded. Some manufacturers that have big old huevos send me stuff to test and review. They know, and I let them know very early on, before they send me anything, that like if they send me something that sucks, I'm gonna tell a couple of thousand people that it sucks, and that I'm never ever gonna pull any punches. And a lot of manufacturers will then choose to not send me anything, which is totally fine. Some of them do, though. And yeah, that's kind of the deal. I don't accept money from them. If they want to send me a product, great. But it's a completely crowdfunded kind of thing going on, so that when I review stuff, when I tell you about something, you're the one that's keeping this going. And so I can't lie to you, because if I lie to you, then you'll eventually find out and you won't support me anymore. So support me over on CiottiFPV.com. Patreon helps me out the most. You can join for as little as $3 a month. That's only 10 cents a day, yo. Etsy's got some really fun stuff you can buy, some stickers, some hardware, some full builds, even custom builds, custom tunes, stuff like that. Custom builds with custom tunes, I should say. Fiverr is a spot where you can work one-on-one with me. You can also just message me and schedule it outside of Fiverr, because they do take a couple percent, but if you want the protection of Fiverr, that's cool. The 3 main gigs that I have up on Fiverr are flight instruction. We jump into the simulator together, Velocidrone, and then we do a video call so we can talk back and forth. In the simulator, I can spectate you and see your stick overlay. So if there's some stuff that you've been working on that you can't figure out, awesome. If you just want me to watch you fly and then figure out where you're at as a pilot and then help you push that forward a little bit, we can do that as well. You can then if I'm trying to show you something confusing, you can spectate me and see my stick overlay, and then I can show you how to do it, and then we go back and you try it and we get you dialed in like that. I can also help you learn to tune while we're tuning your rigs. And then I can help you out with build planning. There's a lot of garbage parts out there. I've bought a lot of those garbage parts and watched them catch on fire over the last 8 years. I would love for you to not buy those garbage parts. So the build planning usually will save you more money in buying trash that sucks than you'll pay for the actual session with me. Flight instruction, I've got a long history of instructing drivers at the racetrack for many years in my 20s and in my 30s at autocrosses and track days, like 7 or 8 years I did that, which is shockingly similar to FPV. It's a really difficult thing where there's a lot of visual input coming at you. And it's as an instructor, it's pretty similar instructing FPV versus motorsport. Lately, I've actually become a little bit of a dance instructor. That's actually where Maggie just was. Early this year, like January of this year, Maggie and I started taking couples dance lessons at a brewery down the street from us, from a guy named Wilder, and we went pretty much every Sunday. Unfortunately, a couple of weeks after the election, it was just it was all sort of too much for Wilder. He struggled with pretty severe depression like me, and he unfortunately took his own life. And so the Sunday night classes, I refused to let them disappear. And so I said, you know what, I'll do whatever it takes to keep these classes going. And now we're calling it like a club basically. And he taught hundreds of people how to dance at these, and hundreds and hundreds more at other classes. This wasn't the other. He did classes damn near every day. So yeah, I've begun instructing that, and everybody is like blown away at how good I am at instructing. I'd never danced before this. I've learned a lot this year from him and from some other stuff, from some other classes that I've been to, namely on Wednesday nights. But usually when I start instructing something, I've gotten like so good at it that like I'm not necessarily getting bored, but like I'm looking for something else. This is the first time that I'm instructing something that like I'm definitely not a pro at. Like I'm better than pretty much everybody else that shows up to these Sunday classes, but like on the Wednesday classes, I'm like super intermediate. And so it's weird to be the instructor at something that I'm not like really, really, really good at. But if you've ever taught someone something, you'll know that like you actually learn it on a deeper level, because like when you get into something, you learn the basics and then you get better, and you don't forget those basics, but you kind of don't think about those basics again for a while, and you keep getting better and better and better. When you go to then teach something, you have to revisit those basics, and revisiting those basics now that you're really good at it, it helps quite a bit. And what's cool is like as an intermediate, revisiting those basics totally does help. Weirdly, I don't think it helps as much as it does when you're really good, probably just because there's so much of a distance there. And it's just so cool to revisit those super like fundamental things. But yeah, so what else? All of that to say that I'm a pretty damn good instructor. Teespring's got some really fun shirts and other apparel. I'm actually wearing one of everyone's favorite shirts. This is Clam Man, reminding you to never give up. If you search YouTube for Clam Man, I think you'll find the inside joke. Let's see. I can't show it because it's now a copyrighted thing. Nope, you can't search for Clam Man. What if you search for Never Give Up? I think that's what the search is. Yeah, it's Never Give Up. So this is it. Never Give Up. This is now copyrighted, so I can't play it. I don't even want it to play small like that. It's hysterical. We used to play this all the time. It's one of these two. 32 seconds, 35 seconds. Yeah, it's either one of these. Click it. You'll get a kick out of it. Search it. Click it. You'll get a kick out of it. PayPal, if you want to support me directly, but you don't want YouTube to take 30% like they do with Super Chats, it's okay. They give me this platform to stream on. Usually it works. Sometimes lately it doesn't. And then I've got lots and lots of affiliate links. Change your bookmarks to someone's affiliate links. Support people so that we can make more stuff on YouTube for you to watch for free. If you don't use bookmarks and you just type like AMA for Amazon into your URL bar, you can remove the current suggestions. It's super easy to do. You're either going to right click on the suggestion, the first suggestion it's giving you, or sometimes there'll be a little X over here like it does in Chrome. Remove your current suggestion for all these websites and then just hit someone's affiliate link to those websites a couple of times in a row. That tells your browser, hey, when I type FPV for FPV cycle, I actually want to go to FPV cycle / ref equals Ciotti. And then you can support people making stuff on YouTube without even thinking about it. Because it's hard to remember to click somebody's affiliate link, especially when, you know, the affiliate link only sits in the cart for like 7 days or something. So yeah, do it. Support people. If not mine, someone's. I have affiliate links for Amazon, Get FPV, Pyrodrone, Race Day Quads, Newbie Drone, We Bleed FPV, Beta FPV, FPV Cycle, Hisingi, Oh My God, Brain 3D, HD0, Flywoo, Emacs, Banggood, Camera Butter, and AliExpress. Cool? Support the people that make the stuff on YouTube that you watch, and they'll keep making the stuff on YouTube for you to continue to watch. Metsky, thanks again for the $1.99 super chat. Curtis Hayes says, according to Mads Tech, they had a gun held to their head by the government. Who's they? Brent Anderson says, thank you. I went nutso trying to figure out why. Cole Powers says, what color filaments do you have? I've got Sane Smart Violet and Red, my two favorite TPU filaments. The 3D printer came with white PETG or... I gotta look it up to make sure I'm not saying the wrong thing. It was PLA, sorry. It came with white PLA, but I used almost all of it on the little Bodie McBoat face. But that's okay. I will only really print TPU ever from now on. Craig Myers says, thanks, 5.8. That explains my white hash on video. Yeah, go up to race 8. CMYK is in the house. What's up, homie? He says, check your PayPal. Oh, shit. CMYK FPV with a $50 PayPal. He says, bing bong, thanks for sharing your knowledge openly and being a positive impact on the community. You're certainly welcome, dude. Thank you for supporting me and the Torture Ciotti Fund. We are now at $850 closer to a 4th hour of onesie wearing in the... so we're the onesie is on until 11. We're $50 away for it being on until midnight. I think that math is mathing. Uncle says, tell us how you got into FPV. Uncle Ciotti FPV. Tell us how you got into FPV. Notice says, my previous best friend who weirdly bailed on me during the divorce of my ex-wife, which was very strange. Him and I were into airsoft in our 20s, and then we were all the way into airsoft. We ran a little business together, upgrading AEGs and whatnot. I then got into motorsports after airsoft, and he got into track days on motorcycles. He got a Tiny Whoop eventually, early days, brushed Tiny Whoop, and for Christmas one year sent me a Horizon Blade Nano 3D. Blade Nano QX 3D. Didn't have a camera in it, but it did have a PID loop. And I had bought and flown a bunch of the infrared collective pitch looking shitty little styrofoam helicopters many years before that, just around the living room. And I was fascinated by it, and I got good enough where I could actually like fly for a whole battery and not crash. But like the latency of the infrared was annoying, and you couldn't fly it outside and whatever. He sent me this rig that had like it was an actual quad and had an actual PID loop on it, and I was absolutely fascinated by how it would just like hold its. It just had that authority, and it had that like it didn't actually have position hold, but way better than those stupid infrared ones. And I was all the way in, and pretty much immediately. It was line of sight, and I flew it around. I didn't really do much with 3D, but I flew it around the parking lot a bunch. And then when the original Emax Baby Hawk came out, which was like a big deal because it was really cheap. It was only $100. This is during a period where I was living in Charleston, supporting my ex-wife, and I just had like no money. I got out of motorsports because I couldn't afford it, and I didn't really have a hobby. And so the fact that it was so cheap was like, all right, cool. So I got a Baby Hawk, and I got a set of E-Sheen goggles that were like $60 or something like that. And I got a $100 QX7, that one right there, actually, from, I specifically got it from Grayson Hobby, who is now, this is when I lived in Charleston, South Carolina. Grayson Hobby is like 5 miles away from me right now. It's super weird. I got the QX7 from Grayson because they offered to set it up. And so it came pre-set up and for $100. And that was how I got started. And I just started upgrading that and just fell all the way down the rabbit hole. And yeah, it's been a wild ride. Denzel the Terrible says, you should shill for Honey and MEPS King. I hear it's a good racket. Oh my God. Speaking of MEPS King, they've been emailing me and Instagram messaging me, asking me if I want to review their Tiny Whoop. They've got a Tiny Whoop coming out. And I keep meaning to bring this up on a live stream and ask you guys what you think. The history of MEPS King is that they screwed a bunch of people over. About a year ago, I guess it was earlier this year, they made an awful lot of promises to an awful lot of content creators. And then I don't remember. Does anybody remember like specifically what the screwing over part was? Was it that did a bunch of people do work for them and then they didn't pay them on the work, or did they promise them work and then they didn't come through? Somebody will know and type it into the chat. But yeah, I remember that it was like not cool, and a lot of people were super pissed off about it. And so, and I haven't gotten back to them yet. Like on one hand, I'm tempted to get back to them and say, like, if you want to send me something for free, go right ahead. And I'll do what I do with all products. I will give it a totally fair review, and that's the end of it. If you want to dig up the story of how they behaved and let that affect your buying decisions, that's on you. On the other hand, I don't know if I want to have anything to do with them, to be completely honest, because I remember a bunch of people being like really pissed off. And so I'm not really sure. What to do. And I figured, you know what? I'll let you guys decide. So let me know if it doesn't hurt me at all to let them send me something for free. If they try to get all weird with like the terms and conditions, it's going to be an instantaneous no. But I'm super tempted to just, send a message back and be like, yeah, sure, send it. Here's my address. And I'm not going to unfairly review it, but I'm also not going to not tell people that that in the past they've acted kind of shitty towards content creators. And, I feel like that's pretty fair. But I don't specifically remember how bad it was. But I know that someone will. So someone that does, let me know. And then Honey, if any of you guys are using Honey to get coupon codes on Amazon, for the love of God, stop. Uninstall that shit. They are scum. Search YouTube for the word Honey, and the very first video that comes up will explain the extremely awful behavior that that company has had. The long and short of it is, they got all these content creators to do these ads telling everyone to use Honey. Behind the scenes, what they were doing to make money is removing everyone's affiliate links and inserting their own without telling anyone. So all of these content creators that did all of these ads for Honey, all of these people installed it, and then those content creators from then on lost all their affiliate links because of this hidden bullshit that they did. You can maybe make a case for it when they would find someone a coupon, right? Like every once in a while they would find you a 10, 15, 20% off coupon or whatever. And you could maybe make a case at that point that, like, okay, they get to use their own affiliate link. I have a mega problem with the fact that when they couldn't find a coupon, they would still steal the affiliate link. Or they would also do this shit where even if they didn't, like, they would just pop a thing up that would in the corner that would say, like, are you ready to check out? As soon as you clicked their button, they put their own affiliate link in there. There's a bunch of other evil stuff that they did, but yeah, totally evil company that screwed loads of people over for, like, apparently billions of dollars. So if you or anybody you know has Honey installed, get them to uninstall it. They are an awful, awful company. It is atrocious. Watch that video. The video is like part 1 of 3. Apparently it gets even worse. And the part 1 video is pretty awful. It's pretty brutal. Check it out. YouTube journalism is getting really good. And this video is a great example of how good it is. Mario Bean says, have you dialed in your TPU settings yet? I haven't, but apparently I don't really need to. Ian, Mads Tech, reviewed this exact Bamboo Labs A1 Mini, and he put his TPU settings in there. But also on Bamboo Labs' website, I have a tab opened with it. There's somebody that there's an FPV pilot that has shared his settings. And apparently you can just, like, grab it and just import it and you're done. So yeah, supposedly but I think from what I remember from what Mads Tech said, you barely have to change anything to get TPU to print properly. Supposedly it's just a really good TPU printer. So yeah, I don't really have to do much work. I'll just grab one of these presets, dump them in, and away we go. Morton Upshot says, look up MEPS comment earlier. Oh, they were here? Oh, God. Was that in part 1? Where? I think that might have been in part 1. I don't see him in the chat. But that's okay. Somebody remind me how bad it was. Anybody remember? Matt says Honey is PayPal too. Not really. Honey existed and then PayPal bought them. I don't feel like PayPal changed anything. So I don't really blame PayPal here. Like, if PayPal was a company that, like, internally created Honey, that would be a totally different story. But Honey was a separate company. PayPal bought them. I would love it if PayPal had realized what was going on and told them, like, yo, you got to stop ripping people off. But, you know, what company that makes money would ever do anything like that? Let me get EOS webcam utility fixed here. This hasn't happened nearly as many times as I thought it would, which is fine. I wish it wouldn't happen at all. I wish Canon would fix this effing software, but, you know. Oh, Morton Upshot says, no, I left a comment on MEPS. Okay, good. Curtis Hayes says, they own your video. Who does? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's what it is. Right. Yep. It was more than that, but yeah, they that's right. They own your video. MEPS King. Yeah, see that's nah. I'm still, I'm still tempted to reply back to this and say like, yeah, sure, you can send it, and then if they try to send something with a bunch of fine print, I'm just like, nah, bro. But yeah, I will not review something if they're gonna try to own that. That's absolutely insane. But I would assume that they learned their lesson, because boy, do they have a terrible reputation in the FPV world at this point. So yeah, we'll see. Denzel the Terrible says, apparently they don't want a fair review. They dictate what you can say. That was the other big thing. Where I was just like, yeah, no, not at all. I mean, in the email that they sent me, it doesn't dive into that at all. It's just like, we've got a thing coming out, blah blah blah. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe to see. I am pretty curious, right? I am pretty curious if they try to pull that shit. So maybe I will get back to them and say like, yeah, send it on over. Here's my address, and just like leave it at that. In theory, they will have learned, and if they haven't learned, then I'll just say, nope, don't send it. JP Spin says, I seem to remember MEPS having a crazy NDA to curate the narrative. Yeah. That's right. I remember that now. Mario Bean says, share those TPU settings, please. I've dialed mine in pretty well, but I know it could improve. I thought that I had the tab opened over here. Apparently I don't. I did make... here it is. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Here you go. Look at this. Oh, it's on printables. But I think printables is... Yeah, whatever. Here comes the link. Link is in the chat. So that's the one, or you can just look up Mads Tech's review of the A1 Mini on his channel, and then he talks about some TPU settings. So either or. Curtis Hayes says, B made a video about their terms. Dayren a lot? What's that mean? Dayren a lot? Showed the contract to JB, and it's pretty out there. Wow! Follow a schedule and script. They want to review and edit. You can't damage their rep. Yeah, good luck with that. Looks like you damaged your rep bad enough, having insane terms and conditions. I think I will reply back and say, sure, send it on over, because I'm super curious if they've learned their lesson, or if... I'm curious of two things. I'm curious if they've learned their lesson. I'm also curious if they haven't learned their lesson, are there enough reviewers that are willing to overlook that? Right? Like, anybody, any reviewer with half a gram of self-respect would see something like that. If they just didn't read it and just blindly agreed to it, I can, okay. But like, that's a problem too, right? But even worse is if they read it and they're like, well, okay, that's fine. I'm so desperate to review something that I'll sign off on that. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm pretty curious. I'm pretty curious if they're still doing that. I can't possibly imagine that they still are, but it actually wouldn't surprise me that much. So yeah, maybe I'll get back to them. We'll see. All right, yo. Let's do something else. I'm caught up on chat again. Let's do something else. Let's go spreadsheet ham. What do you say? There is a motor testing spreadsheet that is shared over on the Discord that looks like this. Well, it doesn't look like this. It looks like this, and it looks like this. And there's a whole bunch of motor testing that I've done with different propellers, lots of different motors, Look at all these different motors, yo. And there's now a new tab for Mick Mucus with a $20 super chat. He says, Happy New Year. Do you have Venmo? I do. I don't like publicly share it, but yeah, if you want my Venmo, just shoot me a message and I'll send it to you. This here is the new tab in that sheet. And once I've added a bunch of these in here, I will reshare the link to this document over on the Patreon. Jesus. It's going to get worse from here. I'm running on not much sleep for the last couple of nights, and yeah, 12 hours of live streaming is a lot. Hold on. First and foremost, let me get this updated. At some point, my voice is also going to start to go. I'm starting to kind of feel that. Let me take this and, oops, pushed it. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. Push that up a little bit. Okay. So yeah, we're going to test a bunch of motors, and the height from the bottom of the stator to where the bottom of the propeller is going to sit, because that is going to help us figure out which motors will and won't need the motor spacers on the 2S 75mm builds, and or which motors you can run in which 65mm frames to have the propellers riding around properly in the ducts. And so let's get this caliper fired up, and we will start measuring some shit. I always forget which way this battery goes. There, it goes that way. Hey! Alright, so we're going to zero this out, and I'm just going to randomly start testing motors. We're going to start with a Beta FPV 0802. And the measurement that I'm getting is from the bottom here. I'm actually going to put the nerd goggles on because I want to make sure that I'm not getting like one of the jaws on the C clip or anything like that. And then it's going to be a little bit hard to line up the top with the with where the propeller is going to bottom out. I'm going to have to kind of eyeball it a little bit. Let me get a little bit more light over here. If this camera refuses to focus, just try to ignore it. It's I'm going to get the right measurement for you. And so, yeah, just let it be. All right, so there we go. 9.03 millimeters, call it 9 millimeters. This is a Beta FPV 0802 SE. I'm gonna start typing this. Beta FPV. Point this up a little bit more. 0802 SE. I want to say it's 23,000 kV. No, 19,500. You know, the kV really doesn't matter, though. kV doesn't matter. And then the height is 9 millimeters. That's the deal. Let's go with a Happy Model 0702 next. These are going to be all out of order. I'm going to fix that. Don't you worry. And wow, that's a lot lower. Yo, that is a lot lower. Holy shit. Hold on. Oh, okay, no, it's 1 millimeter lower. 7.95. So this is a, let me just double check. Happy Model 0702. So we're going to call Happy Model HM 0702 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter motor shaft. I need to include that Well, Beta FPV does not have a 1.5 millimeter option on this motor, so yeah. And then we're gonna go 8 millimeter. I have a feeling that everything is gonna be either 8 or 9 millimeter, but we'll see. Here's a bunch of 1002s. Ooh, here's an 803 even. A sub 250 803. I got a bunch of motors right here that we can test. I gotta get this prop off though. Hang on a second. Let's get this prop off real quick. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Let's check a couple of 1002s. Open this guy up. And so this is a Flywoo 1002. Stator base to top. Where are the propeller mounts? All right. And that's 7.83. I'm going to call that 7.8. That is Flywoo 1002. Well, they don't have a 1 millimeter version of it, so that's fine. I don't have to specifically call that out. Here is a Happy Model 1002. Oh, this is going to go quick. Well, this is going to go quick until I have to start pulling motors off of builds to do this. But, yeah, whatever. That's fine. Happy Model 1002. It's looking like 8.25, but let me just double check it. Open these back up a little bit. .13. So we've got, well, I was wrong about the variances. HM 1002 is going to be 8.1 millimeters. And then we've got a sub 250 1002 here. Oh, wow, that's way lower. No, not that much lower. 7.84, call it 7.8. Sub 250 1002, 7.8. You know what we're going to see? We're going to see this start to happen. And what's kind of interesting about that is this is potentially one way to know if this motor manufacturer also made this motor. You know what I mean? Like, when you've got this is almost certainly two different motor manufacturers, right? 8.1 to 7.8. But when you start to see this, that's one of the signs that they're being made by the same company, and there's just like a slight change being made to the bell. Sub 250, the design of the bell, right? Like 3 spokes instead of 5, that kind of stuff. Sub 250, 0803. Wait till you see how tall this is going to be. Absolutely no need for the 1 millimeter spacer with an 803. Unfortunately, this 803 did not perform very well. 9.13, call it 9.1. Sub 250, 0803. 9.1 millimeters. Wow, it's not much high. Wow. Look how high the Beta FPV 802 has the prop sitting. Good God, man. That's only 0.1. The stator is 1 full millimeter taller, but the propeller is only 0.1 millimeter higher than the Beta FPV 802. That's wild. I would never have guessed that. Okay, so these 1002s are good to go. This Beta FPV 802 is good to go. Let me raid my box of motors real quick. I certainly have a bunch more that we can measure before I need to start pulling them off of builds. Here's a 603 from Happy Model. What's this in here? No, I don't need that. Okay, now don't need any of those. Oh, what are these? Beta FPV 1002s. Yeah, we'll pop one of those off. Try that one. All right. Now let me dig into this box here. Ah. And see what we got. Yeah. Bunch of motors in here. Oh, here's a bunch of iGal motors. We'll check those out. These are 702s. We're good on them. These are 802s. We'll take a look at a couple of those. Happy Model 802s, I should say. Here's an RC and Power 1002. That's great. I don't have to take those out of the box. Here's a bunch of newbie drone motors. That's pretty awesome. Check those out. Here's some newbie drone 702s. The other box just now was newbie drone 802s. This is all 702s. We already took a look at one of those. This is all 702s as well. Okay, so we're good here. We're good here. All right. What's this little sub 250 box here? Oh, it is empty. Okay. Matter of fact, those sub 250s are for sale. If anybody wants them, they're all yours. They don't perform bad, but they just don't perform as good as the other motor options. All right. There we go. Hey, who was that? I can't see it. Are there any motors in here? No. How about in here? What's this? Happy Model 802. Surely I have one of those in one of those other boxes. But just in case, throw that out there. What's over here? They have props on them. We're not going to go there unless we have to. Some frames. More frames. Even more frames. All right. I got a bunch out there. Let's get going. We've got a whole shitload of motors to test here. I might not need to take any motors off of frames. That would be pretty awesome. Whoever just subscribed to the channel, thank you. Enjoy yourself. Striker's in the house. He says, I've realized that in the spaces I fly outdoors, whoops aren't really worth it. 3-inch rig is fine for the places out in front of my house. Very cool. Professor Biohazard says, have you tried the new FPV vegan motors? My new favorites for 75mm. I haven't tried those exact ones, but I have tried Happy Model 0802 25,000s before, and that's all that they really are. So yeah, I have tried those before. Striker says, although I do still want to try a real 65 for indoor, never tried 31mm props actually. I'm probably going to get race spec, give it a try. Should I or should I not? You do you, my friend. I absolutely love the 65mm stuff inside the house, but you know, the stick bang flying that you do, it won't really work inside the house. There's just not enough space, right? Like that kind of flying is for big open fields and whatnot. Inside the house, it's not going to be that. So if you want to stick to that style of flying, then maybe no. If you want to explore different styles of flying, then yes, because 65 inside is amazing. 603 prototype. Well, this one's a prototype, but you can buy a 26,000 kV version of this. Calipers shut off. Let's fire it back up. There we go. All right. Round 2. Happy Model 603. I've made a horrible mess on this desk. Hold on. And is there a little box of motors on the floor? There's not. Oh man, I gotta remember to get one of those plastic things for the for under this chair. All right. Where did the nerd goggles go? I need them to be able to see what the hell I'm doing here. Here we go. Happy Model 603. All right. And so we're going to be right there and then... Perfect. Whoa, 9.2, the tallest motor yet. 9.20 for the Happy Model 0603. HM0603, 9.2 millimeters. A new champion in motor height. RC and Power 1002. Let's see how this one is compared to all the other 1002s. Probably about the same. All right. And what you got for us, RC and Power? I got rabies. I can't get a grip on the damn thing. All right. And so don't get it caught on the C-clip. And, oh, wow, it's short in comparison. 7.85. Let's call it 7.8. RC in Power 1002. 7.8 millimeters. All right. Cool. Done with that one. What do we got in here? Hey, there are some 802s. Fantastic. So these are old school 802 19,000s, but I mean, they didn't change the dimensions of these onesie bells. So this should apply to all of the 1mm Happy Model 802s. 8.53, call it 8.5. And this is Happy Model 0802 1mm. We're going to remeasure for the 1.5mm. Actually, I want to do that. Well, no, let's test. So this is an EX. This is a Happy Model EX. There's a chance that this is a little bit lower. I doubt it, but let's find out. Don't catch on the thing. Nope, it's the same. I'm going to open it back up just to make sure, but it's the same. I can already see it. Yep, 8.58. Cool. So I am going to put it on the chart because it is a different bell. We're going to go Happy Model 0802 EX 1mm and 8.5 for that guy as well. Okay. Thank God. I was really worried that like each different individual bell design would have a slightly different motor height. Now we're going to go to the Happy Model 1.5mm bells, which I think are going to be ever so slightly lower because of... I'll show you. It's really hard to explain, but let's measure it first. So this one we come... Oh, yeah, that is way lower! 7.98. Call it 8mm. So, Happy Model 0802 1.5mm. 8mm. Damn! Okay, so here's what's going on there. On a lot of 1mm motor shaft motors, you'll notice, see how the bell necks down there? That boosts the propeller up higher, right? That is a 1mm up above there, and then the thicker part that goes down through the bell all the way to the bottom of the stator is 1.5mm. And so when you put a 1mm prop on this, it's boosted up by that 0.5mm there. Isn't that wild? Versus on the 1.5mm motors, they don't do that because they don't need to. And so when you push the propeller down, it goes all the way down into the C-clip. And that actually makes it stronger. This is another reason that the 1mm motor shafts bend, is because you can't get the propeller as far down. And so it's a longer lever. Ain't that some shit? But what it does mean is if you're not going to crash, you can use a 1mm motor and get like a 0.5mm of additional clearance on these 75mm 2S builds, which is kind of cool, I guess. Don't crash, though. Jesus, don't crash. These sub 250 0803 motors are for sale. You don't get these props with them, though. Maybe you get the props with them. If I can't get them off, you get the props with them. Nah, they come off totally fine. Because GemFan 1610s have proper inner diameter. Yeah. Yeah. In fairness, when I was I have not tested these on an analog build. These would probably rip plenty of balls on the lighter weight analog builds. They're going to make a little bit more power than the 802s. So if you do one of these 2S 75mm analog builds and the 802s are not quite enough, these might be your jam. And they're a pretty light blue color. And I even have the little box for them. I'll get these up on Etsy at some point. I think they're 19,000 kV. Yeah, 19,000 kV. Oh, God. I threw them too far. All right, let's take a look at some newbie drone motors. Notice says, are there replacement bells for the RC and Power 1002s? I doubt it. If you couldn't find them, I will almost guarantee you that they don't exist. It is very rare for there to be replacement motors for Tiny Whoop motors. This is a new school newbie drone Flow 0802. Calipers turn themselves off again. Let's fire them back up. Zero them out. All right, cool. Okay, don't catch the spacer. Oh, nope, I was on the spacer. There we go. 8.84. Call it 8.8. NBD Flow 0802. I say 8.8. Ooh, that's a tall one. That's almost as tall as the Beta FPV 802. Look at that. 8.84. All right. And then this is the old style newbie drone 802. Might be the same. Let's find out. Looks like it is the same. Nope, nope, nope. A little bit lower. Okay. 8.65. So we're going to do NBD OG 0802. 8.6 millimeters. All right. Get in there. Get in there, you little jerks. Yeah, so like these motors at 8.8, maybe even 8.6, you might be able to, yeah, you should be able to run those without spacers. So if you have a set of those floating around, you can check out the 2S builds without much drama. These are newbie drone 0702s. Check these guys out. Oh, they're lower. Not much, though. Not much lower. 8.1. NBD 0702. 8.1 millimeters. Yeah, you can see they don't have that. They don't have that same setup. You can see it there where the bell meets the motor shaft. They necked it down like at the base. Matador Skin with a $10 super chat. He says, "Merpy Christmas, you filthy animals. I made it. LOL. Any other suspects you need measured? I have a ton of Whoop motors laying around." If you have a decent set of calipers, yeah. I mean, if you don't see it on this list, here's the list. then feel free to measure away, my friend. Let's see if I can do this with the nerd goggles. Nope, I can't. I cannot do anything with the nerd goggles on. Thank you, brother. 820 goes to 830. We are $20 away for another hour of onesie wearing. $50 got burned at some point for me to wear the hat for an hour. All right, drop this in here. Throw these guys in. Pack these 702s back up. All right. And then I've got this box of all kinds of wacky, weird, old-ass motors. Oh, cool. Here's an old school Beta FPV 1102 18,000 though. Let's take a look at this fella. This is an important one because apparently these are tall as hell, and you don't need the 1mm motor spacers with these. Oh, they are tall indeed. 9.36. Good lord. Beta FPV OG 1102. Wow, yeah, that makes sense why you don't need the spacer for them. And that's now the new tallest motor. 9. We'll call it 9. It's 9.36. We're gonna round up and call it 9.4 millimeters. Wow, tall ass motor. They have a little. The bell has like a little nipple in the middle there. You see it? A little round part of the bell that's raised a little bit extra. But I mean, it's just sort of a tall motor. What else do we have in here? I'll put them back in as I go through them. Hold up. I should not have dumped this whole thing out. There's all kinds of nonsense in here. Okay. There's a bunch of old school. Let's measure this guy. This is a newbie drone 802, but that might look familiar. This is when Happy Model used to make their motors. Let's take a real quick look. It should be the exact same as the Happy Model 1mm. Let's confirm. 8.75. No, it's a little bit taller. Hold on. Let me make sure I didn't have the spacer in there. Or anything weird like that. Ah, there we go. 8.49. So that's the same thing as this right here. 8.5 and then 8.49. Very cool. Zing! Oh, what are you? Zing 0802. All right. We are looking like... Oh, this is going to be low because it doesn't... I'll show you in a second. 7.95. Call it 7.9. Zing 0802. 7.9 millimeters. They necked it down just like the newbie drone motor at the base of the bell. See it? These motors were super fragile. This motor bent up quicker than any other motor, as well as the Zing 803. I was super disappointed by those. Here's a Happy Model 1102, the black and red. Oh, wait a second. No. Yeah, this was we tested a 1002. Now we've got an 1102. That's pretty cool. I only have one of these motors. I should get a couple more. Maybe it's good. Oh boy, this is going to be a tall one. I can see it. I can see the writing on the wall here. Oops, nope. I went too far. Come back up here. There we go. 9.95. Holy shit. I mean, you can see it. You can see how tall this motor and bell are. Good lord. Almost. I'm actually going to round it up. 10 millimeters tall. HM1102 at a massive 10 millimeters. Good God, man. Yikes. 19,000 kV. Here's an old school Happy Model 0803, actually. 16,000 kV. Super interesting kV. I was going to see if I could find more of these. But then I tested those sub 250 0803s and I was super disappointed with how hot they got. These might be better, but I don't know. I'm pretty happy with the 1002s. Happy Model 0803. Oh my God, they're super tall. 9.68, call it 9.7. HM 0803. 9.7 millimeters. No spacer needed for sure. If you can find them. Kind of cool that they're white. It's like a white powder coated or a white painted finish. I think that's all I got that are loose. Let me go through a bunch of quads and I will almost certainly have a couple more that are not accounted for, like Beta FPV. Oh wait, no, here we go. Here's the new school. Yeah, we got to test these. The new school Beta FPV 1102. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same height as the OG one, but let's confirm it. All right. And kick this out of here. Cold Power says, would you please add a voice/video channel in Discord for 3D printing? I can do that. I'm not going to do it right now, though, so you're going to have to remind me. Sorry. All right, let's see. New school, Beta FPV 1102. What you got? 8.60. Oh wow, that's way different. Oh my God, that's wait. Yeah, that is significantly different. Hold on, let me remeasure it just to make sure. Ah, I can't get it. God, these fucking motors are so small. All right, the bell keeps spinning. Stop spinning, bell. Just this once. Stop spinning. Okay. All right, yeah, there we go. 8.6 again. Okay, cool. So yeah, that is significantly different. So we're gonna insert one row below. Oh, balls. Hold on, we can just do this and then this. Why did that not work? This and then that. There we go. Why is that happening? Beta FPV, not OG, new 1102, 8.6. So at, why is it doing that? Okay, so 8.6, where's the Happy Model 802? Happy Model, oh wow, they're pretty much the same as the Happy Model 802s. Not quite, 0.5 millimeter taller. So close. If you really want to do the the other end of the calipers are for measuring inner diameters. They go like that. I'm using the right size, the right side for measuring outer diameters. Damn, that's a big difference. Okay. Oh boy. Get this motor bolted back down. Well, no. I'm going to leave these motors off. Wait, are these the 22,000 kVs? Because I'll just use these. They are. They are. I'm going to actually take all 4 of these off. Yeah. Oh, man. This is... some of this stuff is... I would not have guessed. This is pretty cool. We getting some good data, friends, that we can put on this here spreadsheet. Yo, I am such a spreadsheet dummy. Like, when I worked as a project manager, there would be, like, all these situations. Not that many. Not enough to warrant me learning it. But there would be situations over the years where, like, not knowing how to use Excel worth a good goddamn was such a pain in the ass. But I would always be able to find somebody else that could help me out. So, there's that. Which, you know, that's community building. That's okay. You're allowed to ask for help. Why do these screws look so long? Are these M1.4x4 screws? Hold on. We're going to measure one of these screws once I push them all out of here. So this is the frame from frame and motors and props from the Meteor 75 Pro that Beta FPV sent me when I asked them about the Matrix AIO. They must not have had any of the Matrix AIOs ready to go. Actually, this is a really good example of the stress that gets put on these plastic posts when the screws are too short. Look at the white. Look at how the top of the post right here is white. That is the short screw. Beta FPV uses pretty short screws, and their canopies are pretty thick, so not a lot of the screw engages the post, and you can really see that. See how the bottom of the post is blue, but then the top is all white? That's it trying to rip that post in half. That is why running longer canopy screws is really important. I don't think I've ever noticed that before. That's kind of cool to see that. All right, so moving on. Man, so the new school Beta FPV 1102s are significantly lower than the old school ones. So if you want to do a no spacer, big power 2S 75mm rig, the OG Beta FPV motors, the all black ones, they're the way to go. That's actually gonna save. Ooh, you know what? We're gonna take a weight. What I was about to say is that's a way to save weight because the longer motor screws and the spacers, they don't weigh nothing. They don't weigh a lot, but they certainly don't weigh nothing. And with tiny whoops, you know, we're trying to save every gram we possibly can. So yeah, let's see. All right, and get rid of these props because I've not found them to be very well balanced. Look at these. We got these are like really long looking screws that came here. Let's get a quick measurement on them just out of curiosity. So when you're measuring screws, you want to measure from the bottom of the button head, basically just where the threads are. 3.91. Yeah, look at these. These are M1.4x4s. That's weird. I would not think that it would come with M1.4x4s, but whatever. I've got one extra set now. That's kind of nice. Let me get them the hell out of here, though. I guess what it is that the Beta 75 Pro frame, it's just thick as shit. Like everything about that frame is beefy and giant, which is why it's so much heavier than the regular 75mm frames. And so the motor bases must be extra thick as well. Thick boys. Let's take a quick weight though of the new 1102s versus the old 1102s. That'll be super interesting, because you would think that the old ones would be heavier with the taller, with their extra tallness. This is not going to be a perfect measurement because they have got different cables on them, but 2.8 grams for the new school one versus 2.9 for the old school one. So yeah, barely any difference in weight. So yeah, the old school one would be a better bet for if you're going to run an 1102. See if you can find these old school ones. You won't need to run extra long screws or motor spacers. That's pretty cool. On the analog builds, you don't really need the 1102s. They're an awful lot of motor. If you're gonna do a digital build or like just a heavier analog 2S75 build, yeah, they're really, really good. I'm going with the slightly lighter 1002 motors, but see, they're lighter, but then I gotta run the spacers and the longer screws, so they're probably not lighter. That's interesting. I might have to do a little comparison there, because I will absolutely not run the 1002s unless they're lighter. That's really the main reason that I'm doing it, is because they're lighter. All right, so let me dig around for some other motors to test. I can't believe how big of a list we've got already, though. Here are Beta FPV 0702s. We've not tested those. Beta FPV 802s there were good. Here are the Champion Edition motors, which are exactly the same as these regular Beta FPV 702s, so that's fine. Ooh, here's the RC and Power 0702s. We want to test those for sure. Tested those. Tested these. All right. So I got a couple more here. And then I want to test a 702 with the 1.5 millimeter Happy Model bell on it. I'm sure that I have a build somewhere. These are the RC and Power 1002s. We're good there. Beta FPV 1102s. We're good there. Oh, here's a T-Motor 1002. We got to test those. Got that. iGal motor. We tested that. Another Beta FPV 1102. We're good there. Happy Model. Oh, perfect. I got a thing of the new Screamers. Here's our 702 with the 1.5 millimeter shaft. I don't have to take that off of a build. That's awesome. This. Oh, I don't need to test this. I had one of those loose. Here's a Happy Model EX 802 with the 1.5 millimeter shaft. We might as well test one of these. Happy Model 702, we're good. Happy Model 702, we're good. Okay. I think this is it. This is the last round of testing. This is now all of the different motors that I've got, right? 1002 over there. Oh no, Newbie Drone. Race spec motors. We got to test these. Sweet. All right. Let's do this. Let me prep a bunch of these so that the calipers don't have to keep turning off and on and off and on and off and on and off and on. So let's remove a bunch of these screws and free up these motors. Free up a bunch of these motors. Yeah, you can see this is one of the ones with the well, you know what? I'm going to test this right now. This is one of the spacers, and these are the longer screws. And I really want to know. I really want to know what the weight difference is between regular M1.4x2 screws, or 3, I think it's 3, versus M1.4x4 with the spacer. So if this would get the fuck off my finger, Jesus. All right, let's see. So with the 1002s, for example, you have to run this hardware and this spacer. And that comes in. Oh man, it's really light. I hate weighing stuff that's this light. But it's coming back to 0.2 or 0.19 every single time, except for this time that I push on the scale and then let it come back down. Let me do it a couple more times. 0.18, 7, 9. We'll take the average of all these. 7. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on now. Stop it. All right, so 0.16, 0.17, a bunch of times in a row. Let's go here. And why are you that far off? Are you fucking kidding me? Let's do this. Let's weight the scale down a couple times and tear it. Apparently none of these scales are really accurate to that second decimal point until you spend like a whole shitload of money. But I mean, that's zeroing pretty good there a bunch of times in a row. So let's try this again. 3 and 1.4 by 4s and then the spacer. And now let's weight it and let it unload. 0.16. Weight it and let it unload. Yeah, now we're talking. Keep doing that. Oh, don't do that. What? Fuck you. What? This is just too light. I would need to pull all 4 motors and all 4 spacers and all the screws and then divide it out. But it's basically 0.15 I'm going to kind of go with. That's not that much. 0.15 if I... 0.15... Yeah, that's not that much. That's not as much as I thought it was. And also, what you have to remember is that that's not 0.15 extra. That's 0.15 total. Now you have to take 3 of the regular screws and weigh those, and they're going to have a bunch of weight to them, right? Look at that, 0.12. So yeah, it's really not much extra for the little spacer and the extra long screws. So that's kind of cool. Admittedly, it's annoying to get your hands on them, but still, that's a pretty minimal weight increase. So I don't think that weight is a significant enough thing to go with these taller motors. And again, as I said before, I would kind of rather have a shorter motor that's going to pull the prop down and have a shorter lever on that motor shaft, which is where these motors die. You know what I'm saying? Having the motor base sit up taller and then having the motor be shorter. The motor shaft is what's going to bend, not the screws going through the bottom. So I would rather have a shorter motor that I have to put up on spacers than a longer motor with a longer motor shaft that is going to have more leverage on it. Make sense? That makes me feel better. Okay, so I got this one prepped. These screamers I don't have to prep. We just pop one of those out. This is the Beta FPV 0702. We've not weighed one of these, so let's get this going here. All right. These. Troy Prelag says maybe you can print the spacer. You can totally print the spacers. But the ones that I have on my Etsy store... Oh, wait, no, they're not on my Etsy store yet. They will be on my Etsy store, and you can absolutely just message me, and I'll sell them to you. Those are supporting a good cause. And they were laser printed by Timmons. So, yeah. Do that. if you ask me. All right, that one's prepped. Here's the RC and power motors with these big, nasty 1219S propellers. What a combo, man. This thing, I'm so glad I put these big, gnarly Gemfan props onto this rig. It's just the perfect combination for these RC and power 29,000s. Good God, does this thing make some jam. All right, that's ready to go. And then these are the EX 1.5mm motor shaft Happy Model motors. These are basically the vegan motors here. Exact same thing. Happy Model EX 802 bell with 1.5mm motor shaft. Come on. Get out of there. Boost this up a little bit for you guys. Get under there. Get under there. There it goes. This box of motors is done. I don't need that anymore. All right. So yeah, that's cool. What that basically means is that you should pick the motor size that is going to give you the performance that you want. On these 2S 75mm builds, the 802s are going to give you the lowest all up weight, and if the build is light enough, still plenty of power. The 1002s are the middle ground. They're the next step up, a little bit more power, but a little bit more weight. And then the 1102s are the gruntiest grunts of all the grunts. And so if you want all the power, you get those. Oh my God, that took nothing to pull that propeller off. Jesus. That like fell off of there. Okay. I don't like these Azzy props anyway. In terms of like durability, they just they get so bent up. The blades get so bent up, and then they make the pit loop go banana pants because, yeah, when the blades are bent, you put all kinds of vibrations in there. All right, let's do this one first because I feel like it's gonna break from me just holding it. Calipers being turned back on. They are properly zeroed. Let's open them up and measure this guy up. Hold on, I gotta put the nerd goggles on so I can see what the hell I'm doing. All right, Newbie Drone Race Spec 0702. Oh man, it's even harder now with the frame involved. Oh my God. I got it. Okay. I know this is hard to do. Oh my God, come on now. There it is. What is it? What is this hitting? So afraid I'm gonna break these motor wires off. Oh boy, no, I have to hold the bell. It's the only way. There it is. Locked it in. 8.63. Oh, that's a little bit taller than the other Newbie Drone 0702. I'll be damned. So I'm going to say Newbie Drone OG 0702. And then we're going to insert a row below. Copy. Paste. Newbie Drone Race 0702, and it's coming up at 8.6. There we go. Wow, I would not expect that. That's super interesting. I'm pretty sure it's because this Race 702 has that part. I don't remember the other 702 having this part where it necks the motor shaft up and down. Whenever you're ready, you can focus. See it? There it is. There you can see it. It's 1.5 millimeters, and then it necks down to 1 millimeter. And that's what's doing it. That's what's giving it that extra height. Which I don't love, but is what it is. Let me screw this motor back on because we're going to be flying this rig later. And one of these screws popped out, so I don't want it to get stuck to a motor and vanish. All right, there we go. Cool. 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 All right. Beautiful. I'm going to put this prop back on here because I do want to fly this as it comes out of the box, but yeah, this is just going to fly off. But we'll let it fly off, and then we'll replace these props with something better. All right. Vegan motors, basically. The Happy Model EX 0802s in 1.5 millimeters, which should be lower than the 1 mil. Watch this. All right. Perfect. 8.05. Yep. No. Yeah. Yep. Half a millimeter lower. Insert one row below. Copy. Paste. Happy Model EX 1.5 millimeter. And then it is 8.0. Cool. Oh, I don't need the 0.0. Well, fuck it. We're going to do 8.1. It's 8.05, so yeah, I should round up to 8.1. Martin Tanley with a $5 super chat. He just moved a stock HD0 Mobula 6 0702 into a 2S 75mm with 1102s, and he got into on what to change in Betaflight from the previous tune. Thank you so much, and happy holidays. Just the motor limiting, really. You should not have to change the tune as long as you get the motor limiting like somewhat dialed in. And start the motor limiting low. Start it at like 60%. And then just ramp it up from there. All right, cool. So the EX 802 motors are pretty low. That makes sense. I had to do the spacers on this build. Well, you know, I didn't have to do the spacers on this build. I just did it. I just did them. I assumed on this build. Let me show you. And actually, I would like to take a look at the same time. But let me show you what the issue is. This is one of the 75mm 2S builds. I've shown this before, but no reason not to show it again since we're doing all of this testing. And, like, this is the reason that we're doing a lot of this testing. This is the Happy Model Mobula 7 V3 frame. Which certainly seems like the best frame for these 2S builds. It's incredibly durable. And the problem is right in here. Right in here, where these propellers pass the... Boy, is this hard to show. Pass the support, the duct, the support, the duct support. And if, yeah, god damn, that is hard to show. If you don't use the 1mm spacers, it just gets too close. Yeah, it's going to be damn near impossible to show this on camera. But take my word for it. I have no reason to lie about it. What happens is the tip of the propeller will catch on that part of the support there when you turtle mode. When it's flying normally, it goes through like this. And so it really doesn't hit it. Also, when you fly like this, the propeller blades bend upwards because they're sending thrust downwards. When you turtle mode, the propeller blades bend down. and that makes the situation even worse. And it'll catch on this, and then it won't turtle mode. And the other thing it'll do is it'll bend the tip of the propeller downwards even more, and then it'll start to catch all the time. And so, yeah, the Happy Model Mobula 7 V3 frame, it just sets the motors down pretty far, because this frame was designed for 0803 tall boy motors. And so when we run short boy motors on them, we need to space them out. You see that little spacer there? And so once you have the spacer on, it's like perfect. It just sits in there just right. Ooh, it's focusing really nice right now. See that gap? That's the gap that you want. So that when you're turtle moding and it bends the propeller down because it's sending thrust upwards, it still doesn't catch, right? See how much I'm bending it down? And it still doesn't catch. Without the spacer, it catches. And it hits that duct support. And then you'll see all of the tips of your propellers will be bent downwards. And then once they're bent downwards, the situation is even worse. Cool? Makes sense to everybody? So that's the issue with the 2S builds. The issue on the 1S 65mm builds is less about that. It's not really about that at all. I've not seen that happen a single time. What it is about is the propeller running around on the inside of the duct, so that when you crash and the duct pushes into the propeller, it actually hits the tip of the propeller, versus if the motor and prop are too low, when you crash, the tip of the propeller goes under the duct. It goes under the duct, and it hits the standoff there, and it stalls the motor out. I'm pushing down on this propeller blade really hard. When I let up on the propeller blade, you can see. And so this is where you want it. And the issue is certain frames have the motor base higher and lower. This is one of the cockroach frames, and they push the motors farther down. I'm sorry, higher up. The cockroach frames have the motors sitting up higher. And so if you're going to run a short motor, I give up. It's not going to focus because Logitech is the goddamn devil. But yeah, just take my word for it, as you have for the last 6 months that we've been talking about this. So let's measure up this RC and Power motor. RC and Power 0702. Super interested to see how tall this motor is. After the spreadsheet is done, we can take a look at some of these numbers and draw some sort of conclusions. But for right now, let's just keep going. All right, that's looking good. RC and Power 8.07. Let's get that on there. RC in Power 0702. 8.1 millimeters. All right, man, we're getting there. We are getting there. I'm going to screw these guys back down. I don't want a whole bunch of torn apart builds floating around. That's going to lead to missing screws and shit. And it only takes like a second to crank these back on, push the propeller on. JP Spin says, now you can print spacers in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Don't use TPU. Do not print TPU motor risers. It is a bad idea. Use a hard material, of which I have none. Although I still have a bunch of that white hard material that I will probably never use again. So, yeah, I could technically print a bunch. But Timmons was cool enough to send me a whole goddamn bunch. And so I will save some of his because they're all laser cut and cool looking. What's the lightest weight hard filament, friends? That's what you would want to use to print up some motor spacers. Here's the RC and Power build. Put this guy over here. Now we're going to move on to the Beta FPV 0702s, which will be the same height as the Race Edition. It is the exact same bell design. It's just different colors. And so here we go with this guy. 8.54. Yeah, that's taller. That is taller. All of the Beta FPV motors are a little bit taller. Beta FPV 0702, 8.5 millimeters. Just barely 8.5 too. Almost 8.6, but we're rounding down because it's 8.54. All right. Get this guy in here and screw it on down. These Beta FPV screws look pretty long. They might... Oh, God, they are long. They stick way through the stator. You know what? Beta FPV uses... I'll betcha Beta FPV uses M1.4x4 screws. Hold on. Let me back one of these out and measure it. No, I can already tell. This is an M1.4x3. You know what it is? The airframe does have a slightly thinner motor mount pad on it. Yeah, this is an M1.4x3 that they use, which is the standard. M1.4x3 is the standard tiny whoop motor screw length. The cockroach frames use M1.4x2, and then we need M1.4x4, or even better yet, by 5 for these 2S setups because of the height of the spacers. All right. Air 65, good to go. And last but not least, the T-Motor 1002. I'm very curious what this will be. I've not been running the spacers on this, and it's been fine. So it should be like at least 8.5 or taller. Oh my God, it's not. I'm shocked at that. 7.8. Damn. Okay. That's interesting. I kind of don't believe it, so let me re-measure. Yeah, no, 7.8 right on the nose. T-Motor 1102. Sorry, 1002. T-Motor 1002. 7.8 millimeters. And then we've got the 702 with 1.5 millimeter motor shaft, which should be a little bit shorter than the 1 millimeter motor shaft 702s from Happy Model. $7.45. HM 0702 1.5 millimeter 7.5 mil. All right, that's everything. Let me clean this mess up a little bit here. And oh wait, maybe I have been using I have been using the spacers on these. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, what the hell? Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. All right, let me take a quick look here, though. Let me just throw a propeller on here real quick and see how it... Yeah, I mean, there's actually a good amount of clearance. I might be able to run these motors without a space... No, never mind. Never mind. No way. Yeah, no. There's absolutely no way you could run this without a spacer. It's super hard to show you guys, but there's just not much of a gap there. There's not enough of a gap there. Just take my word for it. It's not going to focus. All right. So pull this prop back off here real quick. And I don't think we're going to do that Insta360 Go build tonight because it's just kind of stupid to tear this frame apart when I'm going to end up putting these motors back into a frame like this. I think we have plenty of stuff to do to carry us the rest of the way. When are we doing the last set of giveaways? Is it 4 minutes from now? I think it's 4 minutes from now, isn't it? So we're going to dive into the Tiny Whoop giveaways, and then we're going to jump into this spreadsheet and figure out what the hell's going on here and make some conclusions. Ray's FPV says, thank you for your continued contribution to our hobby. Love watching, bro. Thank you, dude. Love that you love watching. Man, we are in the fucking weeds with all this, are we not? Is this not the most weed-infested Tiny Whoop live stream of all time? We are weedy AF. All right, hold on. Screw this down real quick. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I have to... Has anybody found these Modula 7 V3 frames in stock anywhere other than... I think Amazon has a 2-pack, which I might just kind of bite the bullet and snag. Has anybody found these in stock anywhere stateside? I'm sure a couple people are looking. Notice says bot is way weedier. I see what you did there, and I like it. All right. I don't regret pulling the propellers off this because this had the HQ props that are not really all that well balanced. So much so that I'm going to put, and also they're gray. This rig has always looked really cool with the light blue motors and light blue props. So, yeah, I'm going to throw these back on. And this will be a flyable rig once again. This thing flies great. The 0802 rig has kind of become like the star of the show because it's a little bit lighter and it still has enough power. But there's a gruntiness to this rig with these 1002s. And the extra weight makes it like carry a little bit more, which is kind of fun. So yeah, nothing wrong with this rig. I've been flying the 802 2S75 rig way more because I've just been shocked that the 802s make enough power. But yeah, this thing is great. Absolutely nothing wrong with this build. Look at that, man. The blues match up like perfectly. Is that not satisfying? And they even match the goddamn beta FPV blue. This thing is ready to go. And I do have a battery charge, so maybe we'll fly that thing. Just maybe. Let's put this guy away. And hold on. I got to go get two tiny... Well, this is my last set. I do kind of want to hang on to these. So I am gonna hang on to these. Let me go get a couple of Tiny Whoop giveaway items. Starting right now, $5 via Super Chat or PayPal, linked over at CiottiFPV.com, will get you a ticket. I'm going to get a couple of things for these giveaways. This is going to be 2 Tiny Whoop giveaways sponsored by We Bleed FPV. They've sent me a bunch of stuff, and I have some extra stuff from them in the giveaway box. I just need to go grab it. And then we're going to dive back into this spreadsheet, figure some things out, and then the very next thing we do is going to be the Nomad module with the Race 3.1. I will not end this live stream without flying that race spec. I've been dying to fly it, man. Everybody's saying that it's just insane. I want to experience the insanity for myself. So hang on. Let me get you guys some couple of Tiny Whoop giveaway items. Just looking around real quick to see if I have anything within arm's reach. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'll actually be able to fly 2 newbie drone rigs. I won't fly them both, but I have the heavier Hummingbird. What is this from the Acrobee? Oh no, I'm saving this for shipping. Actually, this is a perfectly good 75mm shipping container. Yeah, let me go raid the box. I'll be right back. Here's another battery from the construction/demolition site. This is me trying to fly up the stairs. They want to use this as the while they're counting down to the implosion. So like 10, 9, 8. They want to use this video of me flying up the stairs out into the bright light. Check this out. It was harder than I thought to fly up these stairs. I was trying to get it super smooth. All right, hold on. Oh, perfect. Two of the most recent things that that Weebleed has sent me. Yeah, so that was kind of sloppy because of that I just carried too much momentum there. The last one is almost certainly the one that they'll use. Is this me just coming in and landing? I think it is. Shit. This is the one that they'll probably use. This last attempt. And this will get run through Real Steady Go, of course, to smooth it out a little bit more. But then it'll be that, and so it's like all white, so that'll be super easy transitioning with that white, and then yeah, hopefully if they bring me out on January 1st, that white will transition into me diving down the damn thing, and all the stuff exploding and chaos and mayhem and all that good stuff. So, it is a set of 4. I don't know what order we're going to do these in. We'll do these first. A set of 4 of the 465 mAh big long boy batteries. So we'll do this one first. And then the next giveaway is going to be the Weebleed prop popper, which is awesome. This is like the strong prop popper. You want to have a thin prop popper. My favorite is the clone popper with a thin set of forks, and then you want to have a strong prop popper. You never want to go cranking. The thin forks are also on the new milk bottle looking prop popper that they're selling. So either the clone popper or that little milk bottle, that's your thin forked one. The Weebleed, the old school Tiny Whoop one, those have nice strong jaws on them. So if you have a propeller that's really stuck, don't go cranking on it with the thin jaws. You'll absolutely break them. Bust out your thick forked prop popper and use that. So it's going to be the prop popper and a crown frame in green. Super, super, super bright green. That's going to be our Tiny Whoop giveaways. Last giveaways of the live stream. It's these two, and then it's these guys. Apache Smoke Wounded Sniper is already on there. Where's that window? Google Chrome, FPV Raffle. Here we go. Yep, Apache Smoke is on there, and Bruno's on there too. All right, let me get this rolling here. What the hell happened to my emails? Oh, there we go. I'm going to go newest to oldest. It looks like I've missed some emails. Thick forked prop popper. Say that a bunch of times. Oh, shit, McMucus. Thank you for finding that. RDQ has the V3 Module 7 frame. Nice. Very, very cool. Craig Meyer says, Amazon has the V3 2S frames. Mine's showing up in a week. I will buy from RDQ over Amazon every day of the week, though. All right, let me get this rolling here. Hockey Rounds with a $5 super chat. He says, yes. You get a ticket, my friend. Here we go. Let me make some spaces. And all right, Atreides with a $5 super chat. He says, going for it. Love all your help. Thank you, brother. It's my pleasure. You're getting your ticket. Freelojo with a $5 super chat. He's getting a ticket as well. Purge FPV with $5 Australian dollars. He says, love you in a non-prison sort of way. That's a very Australian thing to say. Gunkleberry with a $5 super chat. He's got the coolest name of the 12 hours of Christmas live stream. There's your ticket, brother. Z King FPV with a $5 super chat. He says, raffle. Thank you, man. Purge FPV with 10 Australian dollars. He says, still love you in a non-prison sort of way. He's getting 2 more tickets. 1 and 2. Metaderson says, PayPal. Mario says, 4 tickets on PayPal. 3 for me, 1 for McMucus. I'll do all the super chats first. Heiser Weiser with a $5 super chat. He's getting a ticket. Thank you, dude. Denzel the Terrible with 15 Canadian dollars. He says, two tickets to paradise, please. You got it, my friend. 15 California-Nadian dollars. 1 and 2. Nardo Polo with a $5 super chat. He's getting a ticket. Thank you, brother. Copy that. Paste that. There we go. All right. Entries do carry over. Yep. So worst case scenario is that you win the first one. You don't want it. You'd rather have the second one. Grep Boy with a $20 super chat. He's getting 4 tickets. He's going for it. He sees something that he likes. Thank you, dude. All right, now we're into PayPal. We got Charles Adams. He says, ticket, much love. Thank you, man. 1 for you. Jason Price. Thank you. 1 for you. Nardo Polo with a $5 super chat. He's getting a 2nd ticket. Yeah, so it won't remove both of your tickets. If you buy 2 tickets and you win the first one, it'll carry over to the second one. All right, Jason Price, I got you covered. John Ray, Metal Dirtskin, with a $5 PayPal. He wants a ticket, and he shall get that one. Atreides with a $5 super chat. He says, damn it, Grep Boy. And he says, dang it. You get another ticket. Now I'm bouncing back and forth. This will only lead to destruction. Sam S, I'm going to say. He says, 12-hour live stream at 11:02. Sam, you want 4 tickets, right? Do me a favor. Tag me in chat just to confirm that you didn't just happen to PayPal $20 as just like whatever. For this actually. Well, that's the healthcare fund, but for the onesie thing. Tag me, type CiottiFPV. Yes, please give me 4 tickets. I'm just going to give you 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if you tell me that you don't want them, I can take you out of there. Thank you, Sam. Mario with a $20 super chat. He says, hey, turd, I'll take 3 tickets and give 1 to Mick Mucus since he hooked me up a few giveaways ago. You guys are the goddamn best. Sam says, yes, 4 tickets. Awesome. Thank you, dude. 1 for Mick Mucus and then 3 for Mario. And then -1 for calling me a turd. There it is. 3 and then -1 for calling me a turd. I added it back in. Sean Nortness with a $15 PayPal. He says, Tiny Whoop giveaway. Love shitstorm. Thanks, Sean. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, brother. Tiffany Brooke Parker with a $10 PayPal. That's going to get you 2 tickets. Thank you. 1 and 2. There we go. And then Craig Meyer, damn, with a $40 PayPal. He's getting 8 tickets. Craig Meyer wants some stuff. I think he sent this before I even showed the items. He just wants to win something tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You guys have 60 seconds to add or make any changes or just call me an asshole. Gunkleberry, thank you for joining the Patreon. Welcome to the Gangly Gang, my friend. It's the coolest gang in all the land. You're going to get full access to the Discord. You're going to get a link sent to you with a YouTube playlist of private stuff. You are going to get, of course, Patreon access with a bunch of really cool stuff. Patreon only on the YouTube playlist. Patreon only live streams. Sketchy flying that I don't want to be public. All kinds of fun stuff. You'll see it. You'll love it. Kevin Sumner says you're an asshole. Where's that from? Did I call myself an a-hole? Craig Meyer says asshole. What's happening? Lewis says number one asshole. JK rather. Thrash FPV says glad to finally slide in. You've got 30 more seconds to get on the giveaway. It's super chat giveaway. $5 per ticket. You can do a super chat here or yeah, I forgot already. I'm exhausted by this point. One more minute. Oh, to do some other things. I'll call you an asshole. Got it. Yeah, it sounds like something I would say. PayPal or super chat. If you're having trouble with PayPal, just tell me how many tickets you want, and then work it out. Craig Meyer says you have 3 minutes to say an asshole. Sounds about right. I don't doubt that I said that. Whoa, boy. There's gonna be 3 hours of total de-evolution of the English language here.
Do you need anything, baby?
More food? How long have you been sitting there? Has it been a while?
Why?
I did not hear you come in. I did not notice you. You said that, and I thought you'd be at the door, and I looked over. I was like, oh my god.
You haven't heard me sitting here with Teddy and him squeaking?
Nope. Hey, you've been there for a while, huh?
No, actually.
Oh, okay.
What can I bring you?
Anything. You pick. Surprise me. I had cauliflower and hummus during the break.
Do you need a drink of any sort?
No. I actually need to drink more.
You have water. Do you want a mixed drink of any kind?
No, it's too early for that. I'll do that at like 1 a.m. Because that's going to make me ultra sleepy.
Okay.
Oh, my voice is starting to go.
What kind of snack can I make? You want mozzarella sticks?
I would love mozzarella sticks. Hey, chat asked for you to make an appearance.
Oh, right now?
Are you confident enough in your constant hotness to walk in front? Oh, she just played with her nips for you guys. Now she's not going to come on, though. Get over here. What?
No.
Get over here. Don't you? Oh, man. Don't do this to me, Canon. Work. Just stand right here, and everybody will be like, damn, she cute. Don't fix yourself in the mirror. You always look good. My God, man.
I always look good.
Ugh.
How you holding up?
I'm fine, actually. I'm getting tired, but yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. You can make
you.
your mozzarella sticks.
Thank you. YouTube's gonna crash. Here it comes, friends. I can feel it. Lewis says hummus is the nectar of the gods. Since there's someone out there interested in hummus, hummus is one of the things that doesn't upset my stomach, so I eat a lot of it and I try lots of different kinds. My current jam and what I had during the break, there it is. Well, that's Canon. I think YouTube's about to crash and it's somehow making the webcam software shit its pants. So let me cycle this out. Boar's Head everything bagel hummus is amazing. And check this combo out if you want to try to not die of heart explosions. Fucking cauliflower, man. Cauliflower into hummus is really good. I haven't eaten cauliflower in forever. When we had that party, somebody brought a veggies and dip platter thing. And so we had tons of cauliflower left afterwards. And I was like, let me just see. it pairs really, really well. It's really good with that everything hummus. I haven't tried it with any other hummuses, but yeah. So YouTube is gonna shit the bed at some point here. It's coming. It's coming. Lewis says, have you had avocado hummus? It's amazing. I don't think I've had avocado hummus, but what I have had is edamame hummus. Ooh, it's hard to find around here, but I forget the company that makes it. It's not Boar's Head. It's like, it's in like a brightly colored It's in a brightly colored thing. They also make spicy carrot hummus, which is really good, but it gives me the shits. Kevin Sumner says, now I want mozzarella sticks. Can she make me some too? I'll ask her. Cole Power says, he holding up better than EOS utility, that's for sure. Ray's FPV says, gotta love a woman who checks up on her man like that, bro. Yeah, Maggie is unbelievable. Metaderson says, oven roasted cauliflower made a believer out of me. Oh, I'm gonna have to try that. Throw some oil on there. Craig Myers says, do you like baba ganoush? I do love it, but it makes my stomach go nuts because there's some sort of like yogurt in there, and yogurt's on the list of bad things for me. Denzel the Turbo says, hummus is super easy to make yourself. You can go nuts with the combos. I'm too lazy for that. Maybe I will someday. Morton Upshot says, avocado hummus, that's called guacamole. Sort of. All right, I gave you guys plenty of time. I don't see any other PayPals through email, so let's do it. Probably in the middle of doing this, YouTube will shit its pants. Here we go. And somebody's going to win some very cool Tiny Whoop stuff. Oh, he dying. Courtesy of Weebleed FPV. Thank you so much, Zotek, if you're still around. Everybody's getting blown away. Jason Price is hanging in on the bottom right. Nardo Polo. Nardo Polo wins. Nardo, let me check Patreon for you to see if I have your address there. I do. Very cool. All right, so let me grab this. I'm going to hit print on stamps.com right now. You guys should be seeing my face. Yeah. Stamps.com. Really? You're having an outage right now? Don't give me that shit. Don't you dare. Come on. I'm doing the thing now. I'm staying on top of things. There we go. It was just grumpy. All right. There we go with that. And this, and this, and that, and a little bit of that. And some of this. Print label. Insufficient funds. Add $50. Confirm. All right, we're going to go one more. Never have, probably never will, Thrash. I am just terrified of them. I've got enough going on where it's just kind of like... I feel like I would be the person that would be permanently, like, fucked up from them. And if things ever get really bad again, I would think about the YouTube doesn't like when you say certain things. So the one that begins with K, there's a bunch of places where you can go for those treatments. I would try that if it ever got really, really bad again. But yeah, until that happens, I don't have any plans. So Nardo, you have won this stack of 465 mAh 1S BT 2.0 folded cell batteries. Let me know how you like them. Let me know what your favorite use of them is. Next up, we're gonna roll. It's gonna remove Nardo's one ticket. It's gonna leave his other one, I think. And the next one is for the crown frame and the prop popper. If I would love that so much if somebody that doesn't have a prop popper got this, because good God, if you don't have a prop popper, for Christ's sakes, get one. You need one. Here we go. Prop popper and crown frame are going to be won by someone. Craig Meyer on the bottom right hanging in. Purge FPV next to him. Bruno's on the bottom left there. Craig Meyer just got blown away. Grep Boy in the butt, he just got blown away. Heiser Weiser, you have won, my friend. Congratulations. Let me see if I have your address in Patreon. I think it was HYZER. Hyzer did not come up. Did I spell it right? Hyzer. All right, Hyzer, if you're on Patreon and your address is in there, tell me what your real name is. Tag me and tell me what your human being name is so that I can find you on there. Otherwise, I need your address. Go to CiottiFPV.com. My email address is in there. That's going to be the quickest and easiest way. I want to print this out right now. Congratulations, brother. I am going to put... How am I going to differentiate these? Oh, that's easy. 465. I'm going to go right on the thing there. On the label. So we're going to go 465. Oh, I didn't pay attention to how this was in the printer. Oh, you dumb man, you. I think it was in this way. Oh, you big donkey. All right, I'm going to have to... I got a 50-50 shot that this is going to print on top of the existing label, which will not be great, but I'll cancel both of these and then redo them. God damn it. Let me get caught up on chat before, as Hyzer is figuring out how to get me his address. Cole Powers says 3D printing video Discord. What does that mean? Oh, come on. YouTube, can you just crash, please? So that the goddamn... Ugh. Yeah, I can't scroll in chat. YouTube is obviously going to crash. When YouTube... This is so weird. This weird interaction between webcam utility and YouTube. Alright, let me fix the camera first. Hey, there it goes. Thank you for sucking, YouTube. All right, there's a chance I will have missed some chat comments. I apologize for that. But this is now back up. And we're going to open this guy up here. Top chat to live chat. I think I'm good. I don't think I missed any. Nope, I didn't miss any. All right, cool. But I just got to click a couple more buttons here to get this going. And Hyzer, where'd you go? Hyzer, do you have a different name on YouTube than... Well, wait, what did you do a super chat? Well, I can't tell now. Hyzer, say something in, tag me in the chat and say, yo, it's me, Hyzer, if you have a different name. You might have a different PayPal name. I don't know how that ticket came through. I don't remember. Colt Powers says 3D printing video Discord. Yeah, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Thrash FPV says just we got that. Striker says my crippling F1 addiction is killing me in the off season. I actually can't live 3 months without F1. My wallet is going to suffer when they release Lego Speed Champions F1 next year. Nice. McVuka says, did you know avocado means testicle and guacamole means testicle soup? In Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs. That's ridiculous. Thrash FPV says, definitely not for everyone. They saved my mental health, and I quit cigarettes from them. I'm 5 years clean today. Yeah, there's some unbelievable research now that the laws have been relaxed a little bit on them. They could really be magic for PTSD. Oh my God, it looks like they really are a magic pill for PTSD. There's Hyzer. Just sent an email. Awesome. And let me get that going. Make sure it doesn't go to junk. It did indeed go to junk. Come on now, mail. Mac Mail is usually pretty good about not junking stuff that's not junk. There we go. All right, cool. So I got this. And let me just knock this out super quick like. Because I'm on top of things tonight, yo. I might try to do this forever. We'll see. We'll see if I can remember On a big long stream like this, it's kind of like, well, I got a million more hours to fill. Okay, so this is going to print on the top of the page. In theory, when I feed the paper in, it prints the top first. So let's see what happens here. That should be good. Oh, please don't print on top of yourself. Please don't print on top of yourself. Please don't print on top of yourself. Here it goes. Do it right, you jerk. Do it right. Yay! I know things. Can you tell this has happened before? All right. Good to go. All right. So 465 and then popper and frame. Awesome. There it be. Good to go. All right. Take these two. And so let's dive into that spreadsheet, man, and figure some shit out. I'm actually kind of excited to get to the bottom of what on earth is going on with the different height motors. Stamps.com, I can close you. I can close you. And there. And here. Okay. Got it. Pull that up there. Here we go. Oh wait, no. Let me get the voice channel. Cole Powers, do me a favor. Remind me on like tomorrow night's live stream, or like, or shoot me a message. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I'll do it tomorrow during the day. Congratulations to everybody that won tonight. ThrashFPV says, I DM'd you on Discord. I would love to know your thoughts on this 3D printed Whoop gate system. That's pretty cool. I'll take a look tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to get caught up. Lewis says, can we blame either the YouTube or EOS crap on your insistence of using Mac? If I went to PC, the anger level would go to a point where nobody would want to watch me. I hate PCs more than anything. They enrage me to a level that is previously unknown here on Earth. So you don't want me on a PC, I promise you. I'm gonna order these by height. Wow, that Happy Model 702 with the 1.5mm shaft is the lowest of the low. Good Lord. Okay. So let's chop that, and then we're going to insert a row below, and then we're going to paste that. So 7.5. Flywoo 1002 is pretty low at 7.8. Look at that. We got another 7.8. Okay. We got a bunch of 7.8s, and they're all 1002s. That's kind of fun. So cut this. Insert below, paste that. All right. This is I like to do things the way that a caveman would do them. It's kind of my thing. Okay. Wait, oh. Delete row. What other 7.8s do we have? The sub 250 1002s. Interesting. So many of these 1002s are 7.8. That's wild. Oh God, what did I just delete? All right. What other 7.8? RC and Power 1002s. Look at these all. All right. We've got Happy Model 802 1.5 coming in at 8. That's pretty close. Zing 0802 coming in at 7.9. All right. We good? Insert one below. So no more 7s. Now we're up to 8. I think there are a couple just straight up 8mm ones. Yep, here's one. Okay. And then, oh, just that one, eh? All right, we got an 8.1. And we've got a couple more 8.1s. Newbie Drone OG 702. Another 8.1. Okay, Happy Model 1002. I'll put that one up here. All right. Happy Model 0802 EX. Okay. Got that. 8.1. What else? Oh, I missed one. Happy Model 802 1.5. Copy that. That's a straight 8mm. Okay. And then we're all the way up to like 8.5, it looks like. Yeah, a bunch of 8.5s. We got these two. Ooh, I can get two at once. Okay. Will this... No, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. There we go. Okay, 8.5. We've got a couple of 8.6s here. Let's move those. 8.6, another 8.6. All right. And, oh, Beta FPV new 1102. Okay, cool. And then, oh, I missed the Beta FPV 0702. That one's pretty short. Another 8.5. And then now we're up into the 9mm world. Oh, nope. Newbie Drone Flow 802 is 8.8. 8.6 to 8.8. Oh, let me get caught up on chat. Thrash FPV says, finally got nerd goggles. Goddamn, they're a life changer. 14x zoom. Jesus. 5 interchangeable lenses. That's a lot. Mine are only like 2.5 or 3. Heiser Riser, thanks, Wan. I'm waiting on first Tiny Whoop to come in the mail. Very cool. You need this prop popper. Sam says, so you run FPV sims on your Mac. I've read mixed reviews of running sims on Macs. Yeah, Velocidrone and Liftoff. And there's another one, Tripe, I don't know. Yeah, they're totally fine. Cole Powers says you should install Linux. It's like motorsports if you do your own engine maintenance. Yeah, I don't like computers anymore. They just frustrate me beyond the bounds of rational thought. So yeah, Linux would just drive me mad, I'm sure. 9.1, here we go with a 9.2. Now I'm all worried Maggie's gonna sneak. Oh, she did! God, she snuck up on me again!
I'm right here.
You're as quiet as I am coming into bed at night. Thank you.
You want him over here?
Yeah, because I gotta take a little break. Is there some marinara sauce there? Oh, God damn, you are the best. All right, we got a 9.4. You should see the absolute Stone Age spreadsheet work that I'm doing right now. It's atrocious. I'm doing this in the dumbest possible way, but I don't know spreadsheets at all.
What are you doing?
I'm just like moving lines of text around. Like, I just reordered all these by this number. Like, if I had 4 brain cells, I would do a formula in this column to order these by the number, but I just don't know how to. Yeah,
I will show you later.
I'm sure it's super easy. Format, sort,
I use
whatever.
sorting all the time. I will show you later. It's easy.
I fear spreadsheets. I fear them.
I will help you overcome your fear.
We fear change.
Who moved my cheese?
Who moved my cheese?
Did you remember that book?
No, what is that from?
You don't remember that book from years ago?
Is the book called Who Moved My Cheese?
Yeah.
No.
There was a very famous book that came out. I wouldn't say famous. I would say, like, popularized maybe 20 years ago.
Right.
And it was all the hype about, like, you know, a lot of businesses started buying the books for their employees.
Yeah.
Because there was, like, big organizational change. And basically, like, the idea is, you know, there's just a book about change is good and change is okay. It's called Who Moved My Cheese.
Okay.
Like, we don't We resist change.
Right.
But it's
Who moves my cheese? I like it.
Who moved my cheese? I bet you people in the chat have heard of Who Moved My Cheese.
Buy it for me for my birthday.
No. It's actually not a very good book.
Somebody knows.
Yeah.
Mutteritson says, Who Moved My Cheese was the book they made us all read in IT to prepare us for getting laid off.
Yes,
Wow. That is super scummy. That is the most American corporate shitbag thing I've ever heard. CiottiFPV says, hey buddy, is that they wife? Maggie and I are partners for life. I doubt that we'll ever get married, which is totally fine because just enjoying each other's company forever is enough for the two of us. I've been married before. It just made things more confusing. And she kind of has the same view of like, let's just, if we want to be together, we'll be together. If we don't for a long enough period of time, we'll figure something else out. And so, yeah, we are not really like interested in diving into marriage again. I mean, I guess like if it makes sense financially at some point, maybe we'll go down that road, but we're both just like, whatever, man. Let's just hang out until one of us dies. Striker says, what do you think is better, the race spec or the Air 65? The race spec is significantly lighter. Other than that, they're the same thing. The race spec is significantly lighter because they use basically winding material for the motor wires. So like the race spec is more hardcore and it's going to be harder to repair, but it's lighter. So that's it. There's not one that's better than the other. They're just different. Moss1 says, gotcha, happy for both of you. Thrash FPV, Ciotti says, Ciotti 2024. Ciotti FPV says, and then Ron Murray says, read it and don't sweat the small stuff. And it's all small stuff. Corp books. It is all small stuff. All right. Spreadsheet. So what we know, we're going to talk about 65 millimeter rigs first because that's what the very first motor is. What we know is that the newbie drone Cockroach 65 V3 and Light AF frame set the motors up higher. So for the really short motors like this one, that's really important. And so we've got Happy Model 702 with the 1.5 millimeter shaft. These are not 65 mil motors. The Zing 802 you don't really want, but technically if you're going to run the Zing 802, yeah, it's going to work well in the newbie drone frame. And then we get to the Happy Model 0702 with the 1 millimeter shaft. This is another frame motor that works really well in those two frames that have the motor up higher. We've got the Happy Model 802. I mean, yeah, some people like 65 mil rigs with 802s. I personally don't. But that's another motor that you're definitely going to want to run in the Cockroach in those frames. RC and Power 0702. That's still pretty short. 8.1. Good candidate for those frames. Old School Newbie Drone 702. 8.1. Nice and short. Happy Model 802. EX with the 1.5 millimeter shaft, another good one. Now we get to 8.5 millimeter. And so now we're getting to the motors that you could potentially run on all the other frames where the motor mount base is lower. So having that taller motor is going to actually work with those. So, perfect. 8.5. Look at this. Beta FPV 0702 in 8.5 millimeters. Let's look at it. So one of those other frames is the Beta FPV Air 65. This Air 65 frame has the motor down lower. And when you run a Happy Model motor like the 0702 at 7 with the 1.5 mil shaft at 7.5, or the Happy Model 702 with the 1 millimeter shaft, which is 8 millimeters tall, it sits too low. But This is the 8.5 millimeter tall Beta FPV 0702. And so let's look at it. Let's look at the interaction between the propeller and the duct. And what you're going to see is that it's kind of just barely high enough. I want you to focus right there. Yeah. See it? See how the bottom of the propeller is just barely above the top of the bottom of the duct. Come on, you rat bastard. There we go. See that? See the bottom of the propeller? See how it's just barely in that duct? Imagine if the bottom of this propeller was 1 full millimeter lower than this. It would be all the way down. Hold on, I'm going to bend it down to give you an example. So let's get this to focus again. Right? So if it was 1 millimeter lower, it would be all the way down there. And every time you crash, it would hit that support and stall the motor out. But it's not. It's up here, which is just barely high enough. But watch what happens when you crash. When you put force into this duct, the duct kind of goes up a little bit. You see that? See how it goes up? And I don't even really like this. I don't even really like this 8.5 millimeter tall motor in this Air 65 frame. I would rather have this motor into the Cockroach frame. All right, so now let's look at one of the Cockroach frames. This is the same exact propeller, and this is a motor that's a 0.5 millimeter shorter. But because Newbie Drone has set this frame up, look at how much higher it is. They have their motor mount base up taller. And so the propeller is much better centered in the meat of the frame. There you can really see it. Just for a split second, you could really see it. So these really short motors, I'm going to say 8.5 millimeters is a good spot to kind of switch. This is the RC in power, which is 8.1 millimeters, and it's in there pretty good. Does that make sense? I've for anybody that's new to this, this might be a little bit confusing. If you're confused at all right now, please type CiottiFPV. I'm still confused, and I can explain that in a slightly different way. But the long and short of it is that the Cockroach V3 and Light AF, which are my favorite of these 65 mil frames anyway, so you should just run those frames. They have the motor up higher, and that's a good thing. Even on these 8.5 millimeter motors, that's fine. You've got plenty of room up on the top of the propeller here. Come on, you jerk. Focus, you rat. There you go. Look at all that room above the prop. This motor is 8.1 millimeters. The Beta FPV 0702 is 8.5. That propeller could easily be like 2 full millimeters higher, I'll bet you, and it would be totally fine, right? So the Cockroach 65 V3 and Light AF frames are gonna pretty much work with all these motors. I don't really think that even this like 10 millimeter tall motor, not that you would put an 1102 into a 65 millimeter. Well, here you go. Yeah, you wouldn't do that either. What's the tallest motor? Here it is. Happy Model 0603. Even this motor at 9.2 millimeters, it's still going to have that prop probably like perfectly centered in this duct. So just run the Cockroach frames. If you run the Cockroach frames, they have the motor up higher than any of the other frames, and you're going to be fine. If you absolutely are dying to use a non-Cockroach V3 or Light AF, then you're going to want to not run any of these motors because they're going to be too low. You're going to want to stay up here with all of your motors so that they're tall enough that every single time you crash, the prop doesn't hit the supports and stall the motor out. You'll see it. You'll literally see the blades get all dinged up on the leading edge from them bashing into the supports over and over and over again, sometimes at full throttle. Make sense? So, awesome. 8.5 millimeter, essentially For a cockroach frame, all these. For Mobula 6 2024 frame, for Air 65, for the Weebleed Crown frame, for the old school Meteor 65 frame, these are the motors that you want to run. 8.5 millimeters and taller. And if you guys have a caliper for 20 or 30 whole dollars, super easy. You can measure the motor yourself. You'll wear your nerd goggles because it's easy to get the jaws of the thing in the place. Now we're gonna talk about Mobula 7 V3. It's gonna get nuttier than that. Mobula 7 V3 frames. And so, let's take a look at these two right here, which I have to use a 1.2 millimeter spacer on. We've got a T-Motor 1002 right here, and we've got a Happy Model 0802 EX 1.5 millimeter. Here it is. So these two motors, 7.8 millimeters, this is, and 8.1 millimeters, you got to use. All right, so the Happy Model 802 EX is a little bit taller, so let's look at that one. The taller, the better, in terms of getting it to clear the supports on these frames and not hit. So here's where we're at. Let me point this down a little bit. With the 1.2 mil spacers, it's not about, on the 2S builds, it's not about here. It's about over here. See how this support is on the inside there? That's the problem. It hits the support here. On the 65 millimeter frames, these supports are all the way on the outside so that we don't have this same issue. The issue is right in here, and it's a lot harder for me to show it to you on these V3 frames, so you kind of have to take my word for it, but that's about as good as I can show it. When you turtle mode, the blade flexes downwards because it puts thrust upwards, and it catches on that. Catches on that right there. I'm bending this down quite a bit. There's me fully unloading it. So this is the taller motor. This is the 8.1 mil tall motor. And you still should really, this is a motor that I could probably use the 0.8 millimeter spacers that Timmons cut for me. But why would I do that? Look where it runs around. I don't really care. This propeller sits nice and low. It kind of sits perfectly in this duct. So I'm going to run the 1.2 mil spacer in here. And so now let's take a look at, I should have been zooming this in. Sorry, guys. I've been expecting you to be able to read text on a grain of rice. So 8.1 millimeter, we still want basically a 1 millimeter spacer, which essentially means that 9 millimeters is about as short as you want to go in a Mobula 7 V3 frame. So let's keep going down here. Happy Model 802 with the 1 millimeter, that's just going to bend. EX with the 1 millimeter, you're just going to bend it up. 0702 is not a 2S motor for 75. Newbie Drone Old School 802. Now you're getting a little bit taller. Not quite there yet. You could probably pull it off without a spacer, but it'll be close. Not a 75 mil motor. Now we're talking. Beta FPV New School 1102 at 8.6 mil. This is probably just barely going to make it. Newbie Drone Flow New School 802. Probably cool without a spacer. But now we're really talking. 9 mil is the safe limit. So the old school... oh no, this is the Beta FPV 802. Sorry. So that's cool. The Beta FPV 802 SE motor, they have it in a couple different KVs. You can run that without the spacers. With the short screws, no spacer, good to go, Mobula 7 V3. Sub 250 803, I did this motor and it cleared totally fine. Makes sense, it's 9.1. Happy Model 0603, that's really not a 75 mil motor. Now we're talking Beta FPV Old School 1102 up at 9.4. Awesome. And then the old school Happy Model 803, that'll work. Happy Model 1102, that's super tall, that'll totally work. So what I'm going to say is this. These are the motors that you can pretty safely run with no spacer in a 2S 75mm build in the Mobula 7 V3 frame. If you really want to be safe, it's 9mm and taller. Make sense? That's pretty cool. I'm pleased as punch with that. 9mm for the Mobula 7 V3 frame, 8.5mm for the Cockroach V3 and Light AF frame. Nice round numbers, 8.5 and 9. Let's see if I remember those numbers past this live stream. A link to this Google Docs spreadsheet shall be in the Patreon. I'm doing it right now, actually. Create and link, and there's the link. Motor heights. This is going to be an ugly post, but there it is. I'm going to tag it with Spreadsheet and with Tiny Whoop. There you go. Post on the Discord has been published, and that spreadsheet has the other stuff on it as well. The previous motor testing with all the RPM data. It's just in tabs on the bottom. Cool. That's rad. I'm really glad that there's some round numbers. There's a chance that I'll be able to remember those, so that, you know, hey, what motor should I run if I don't want to do the spacers on the V3 frame? 9mm and taller. Measure it for yourself. Get a set of calipers. You need to have a set of calipers anyway. That's cool. Everybody still with me? Who did I lose? Be honest. James Thomas says, sorry if I missed it from earlier. I've had a real nice 60 amp, 1200 watt variable bench supply. It decided to not turn on. Anyone do repairs? Oh man, repairing electronics. I don't know many people that do that anymore. That's tough. I'm gonna eat some mozzarella sticks. What do you guys want to do while I'm eating mozzarella sticks? Oh, these are tiny little mozz sticks. I'll be able to rip through these pretty quick. Let me play a couple of my... All of that being said, you can actually run any of those motors on that V3 frame, but it's going to catch on those supports, and it's just a pain in the ass. Don't do it. If you just want to try it like once just to see if it'll fly, as long as you don't turtle mode, because the propeller is like this and the frame is like this, it'll just brush over it and it'll be fine. But as soon as you turtle mode, it'll dig in, it'll bend the prop down, and then it's just game over. I have to do something that I don't have to talk over. So, hang on. Let me jump in here. I probably have an editor too that I used royalty-free music on. I'm not gonna chance it though. I'm going to just play some nonsense music over this. So hold on. Let's go to Gangly Gang and stream shit and this. All right, this is royalty-free music. It's not the best music, but you'll survive. This is only going to be for a couple minutes while I scarf this shit down. Let me go to Black Hole 2 channel, and then can't copyright strike yourself. So just open up this playlist. YouTube is muted. That's great. And I'll be right back. Let me eat a little bit. I need to move this over here. Click that. Click this.
Daddy spaghetti, we're rocking the scene. A handsome dog, the stars to preen. With fur so flying paws that slam. He's the coolest pup in the jam. Sniffing out the beats with every step. Daddy's got swagger no one can forget. Barking out loud, catching everyone's eye. He's the rebel dog, breaking the sky. Daddy spaghetti, living his life. Chewing on cords, causing strife. He's got snarling fangs and a wild voice. A punk rock pup, making all the noise. Like them on fucking rock, keep fuck. Sticking out the beats with every step. Daddy's got swagger no one can forget. Barking out loud, catching everyone's eye. He's the rebel dog, breaking the sky. Daddy spaghetti, living his life. Chewing on cords, causing a strife. He's got snarling fangs and a wild voice. A punk rock pup, making all the noise. Making all the noise.
Yes, that's really T-Pain drifting. That's actually the first time that he drifted for real. He learned in the simulator. He learned in Assetto Corsa, and that was the first time that that he actually did it for real, and he was really good at it. That was also around the time that I realized that I was running way too much camera angle. That's 30 degrees of up tilt. You really want to be at like 20. So you don't... With 30 degrees of up tilt on a 5-inch rig, unless they're going real fast, which like the pros in like the pro cars, yeah, sure. But like the novice, the intermediate, they're not going nearly fast enough for 30 degrees of up tilt. You want 20 degrees so that you can actually like look down on them a little bit more. At 30, you have to drop down really low to frame them in the middle. And when you're down that low, it's super sketchy because they're moving around so much, and you have to hop up over them all the time. And it's so you can get down and like lock in, but then they're going to change direction, or there's going to be a photographer on the other side of the barriers. And it's like, yeah, you don't want 30 degrees unless it's a big wide open layout or it's pro drivers. Thrash FPV says, can I see Benchy? I missed it. They came out ridiculously well for me knowing nothing and pushing like 20 buttons. And I printed the race Benchy, so it was going like super fast. It got done in like 9 minutes or something like that. The only real problem spots are the tops of these little round bastards here. They got a little bit... Please! It's bright white on black, you asshole! Okay, I give up. It's damn good. Damn good. Oh my god, Kevin Sumner says fastest benchy record is 59 seconds. What? Oh my god, dude. That's ridiculous. That's like 10 times faster than this, and I thought this was blazing. I think this was pretty fast though, right? Craig Meyer says, looking at the spreadsheet, the motors are not consistently named, meaning looking at the most recent motor heights, one can't easily find the same motor in the other sheet. Yeah, I can see that. I took some liberties with the motor naming to keep them as short as possible. I didn't type out beta FPV, for example. I did HM for Happy Model, though, right? Yeah, I did HM for Happy Model. Newbie Drone, NBD. I did NBD, right? Yeah, I did NBD. Hopefully it's close enough. You don't really need to compare these sheets. The motor heights are the motor heights. And they apply to all the different KVs. So, yeah. If you guys think of some specific examples that are super confusing, let me know for sure. But I think I hope it's close enough. RCP is RC in power. Yeah. If there's some specific examples, let me know. But hopefully it's close enough. Dronson says, there's an RC drift track about 45 minutes for me. It's worth the drive, dude. They've mentioned me coming out. I just haven't made it. I think I'm going to make the time to go soon. I just need to build the 75 for it. No, you don't. You need a 65 for it. You need the lightest weight 65 you possibly can build. That's how you get down on their door. 75 is not great for chasing those guys. They change direction too fast, and the 75s are too heavy. Do a 65. That's what you want. And if possible, do a batwing mount, because that gets the camera lower, and so you don't have to fly any lower, but the camera is lower, so it looks a lot better with the batwing mount. Denzel the Turbo says, don't hit T-Pain in the face. Yeah, that was the other thing when I was chasing him. That was very much in my brain the whole time. Like, yeah, don't hit him or the car. Not a good look, bro. Thrash FPV with a $2 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, thank you for all you do and the money you saved me. You're certainly welcome. Craig Meyer says, this is excellent information. Awesome. All right. So, it's Nomad time. Look at this fancy box it's in. Black on black, gloss on matte. I've always been a fan of black on matte. With my black cars, I've always wanted to get a bunch of matte stickers printed and just like run like sponsor stickers up the side of the damn thing, all gnarly like, but in matte on gloss so you can barely see them. Drunzen says, what camera are you using for that crispy footage? Which one? Well, of what you guys just saw, it was the RC drift stuff was on the walk snail system, 1080-60. Everything else was either a Hero 8 or Hero 10. Either or. Nomad! There it is. I can't get the damn thing out. Oh my god, it's really in there. No, here it comes. Here it comes. Ooh! Ah! Yeah! Yeah, there it is. Look at that little fella. That is not huge. There's the little, what is this called? JR bay? A couple little caps on the Little antennas. 2 antennas instead of just 1. How do I get this out of here? That's how. Get out of there. Oh boy. There's a hole in there, so I know there's some stuff beneath. There we go. Jesus, RadioMaster, you should have cut this foam 1/10 of a mil smaller. There we go. That's not too bad. What do we got? What do we got in the back here? Oh shit! I hope there's a couple of antennas. I didn't even think about antennas. I hope there's a couple of antennas in here. Yeah, a couple of little rubber duckies. And so that's the smaller bay, which I won't need. So I will put that right back in here. We've got like a warranty card looking thing. A couple of screws, I guess, for the other module bay. Don't need that. QC pass. And a couple of antennas. I'm assuming that one of these antennas is 2.4 and the other one is 900. Is that right? I'm assuming. I shall now make an ass out of you and me. Maybe they say on them. RadioMaster. Oh, they're dual band antennas. No shit. Okay. There it is. Dual band. All right, all right, all right. So 2 dual band antennas. I wonder if this thing performs better if you put one 2.4 and one 900 on it. I'm not going to find out. ELRS is so good that you don't even need fancy antennas. Just put them rubber duckies on it and you'll be fine. Oh, there's no screen on this. There's a couple of buttons, but there's no screen on this. Oh, are you kidding me? I'm going to have to use Lua scripts and shit? What? Come on now. I don't even have the Lua scripts installed on the... Oh! Come on, man. Really? With the Lua script shit? These are big, long antennas. Because 900... They're dual band, so they've got to have the 900 element in here, and then the 2.4 element's probably a lot shorter. Oh, dude, wait, is this maybe a screen? Maybe there's some lights or something on this that'll... Oh! When another one of these comes out with a screen on it, I will almost certainly buy it. Because I really like having a screen on the module. If nothing else, then to like super easily adjust your, like if you have your settings wrong and you're up in the air, you can have somebody else just like push the buttons on your module and change the settings while you're still up in the air. I don't think there are any more dual band modules yet, though. I'm certain that there will be, but I don't believe that there are any other ones yet. So yeah, this will be for sale at some point. There we go. Let's see. So there's the... Stop it! Stop pulling the camera! There's the Naminmo. Thrash FPV says there is one. Of course there is one, because I just bought this one. Oh, it looks good in there. I got these pointing the wrong way, though. Run these around like that. Ooh, that looks official! Look at all those antennas! Look, I put this antenna in the middle, and it can be a three-way. No, this one goes to the side. And that's even cooler looking there. Yeah, that's not what you want, though. Really what you want is... Did that just loosen up or break off? It just loosened up. What you would really want is, since they're dual band, you would want that. That's going to be the best. One sideways, and then one vertical. So this sideways one's going to be really strong straight out, with the weak point to the right, and then this one's going to be really strong straight out as well with the weak point up. But then this one's also going to go straight up as well, right? Yeah, 90-degree life. But that doesn't look as cool. And it's about looking cool. So that's what we want. That's what we want to look cool. A little angle on it. Well, shit. How on earth is this going to work? Let's fire it up, see what happens. There's a little black thing on the side. I'm assuming there are going to be some lights in there. Or maybe this guy light up. All right, so now it's got power. Hey, we got some lights. Is that black part going to do anything? JP Spin says people who have a Lua are like, oh man, I gotta use buttons. Well, hell, doesn't look like this little black thing is any kind of a screen. I'm just pushing left and right and nothing's happening. So okay, I'm going to have to use a Lua script, and that means I'm gonna have to install Lua script on this memory card, which annoys me. But it shouldn't be that hard. Unless it's in firmware. It's not going to be in firmware. No, of course not. Logs, models, radio, screenshots, scripts. Oh, scripts! Is it in scripts? Nope. Snake.lua is on here. Wizard tools, telemetry, RGB LED, mixes, functions, balls. Okay. Powering down. Removing SD card. And we got to get the HGLRC Lua. Let's jankily put this somewhere that it can fall. Ooh, this thing is... Oh, boy. It is tall. This is a tall guy. Look how tall that is. Ooh. Oh, boy. I'm used to the flat ones where this will sit on the ground. Oh boy, that's not my favorite, but boy is that a nitpicky thing. All right, Lua life. Let's explore Lua life. Mario Bean says, "Have you ever thrown in a Ciotti Tiny Whoop tuned with Ciotti Magic?" I dumped some tickets on that. I have tried to do giveaways for full builds before, thinking that enough people would buy the tickets to at least like somewhat cover the price of the full builds, and I've never even come close. So yeah, I will probably not ever do that again. Because like, you know, with a custom build, I gotta try to make a bunch more than the cost of just the parts to cover like the time spent building and tuning and all that stuff. So yeah, not even getting to the cost of the parts is like kind of, it hurts to be honest. So yeah, I probably won't do that again. ELRS, nope, ELRS Lua. Espresso LRS Lua script. Download the ELRS V3 Lua script. You can simply right click or, no, I don't want to open up and click. I want to option click, right? Yeah, option click downloads ELRS V3 Lua. And then I just got to put it in the right spot. I can just drop it right on the ding dong here. Where the hell did, oh man. When I restarted the computer, I lost my tabs in here. Downloads, ELRS V3. Oh, I already had it. That's why it's doing that, parentheses 1. ELRS V3.lua. Well, screw you. I just saw it. I don't want that parentheses 1 in there. There it is. ELRS V3 Lua. I think I can just drop it right here. I think it'll work being on the Bing Bong, right? No, don't erase the disc. Why would they put that there? Idiots. Okay. Pop that out. Wow, that was easy. Mario Bean says, we just got to get the Gangly Gang bigger. I am not, I have not, and really, I'm not interested in, I don't want a big group of people. I want the right group of people. I will take quality over quantity any day. If my audience were to get really big, that means way more dipshits. And I don't have it in me to deal with that. And so the size of this community is great. The fact that you guys support me enough for me to keep doing this is amazing. And that's plenty. That is absolutely plenty for me. Look, another poop. I've discovered another turd. This is my 4th 3D print. This might have been the 3rd 3D print. I'm saving all the poops. So yeah, I don't do any of the things that people do to attract giant audiences. I do the things that I'm interested in and that I think that this group that we've got are going to be interested in. And then that's that's it, you know. Put out good quality content and the right people will find it. It's not going to be tons of people, but it'll be the right people, and that's what my emphasis is finding the right people. I believe at 1 a.m. Actually, I might have been able to take this off at midnight, but I'll give it until 1. This 8:30 needs to get to 8:50 for me to keep it on from 1 to 2. I think this is supposed to get to 9:50 though, in case, you know, a bunch of you are feeling ultra generous. Going into the radio and then going in here, and there it is, ELRS V3.Lua, execute. And there we have it. Packet rate 500. I don't want that much. I want, what do I want? Hold on. Let me put the Naminmo back in. I don't remember what my settings are, but I want to keep my settings the same. I want to say I'm on 250. Let's see. Naminmo says 250, 50 milliwatts, 1/32 TLM ratio. 250, 50, 132. All right. Get in there. Get in there. Oh, I pushed the button by accident. Come on. Get up in there. There we go. Yeah, fits good in there. Yeah. Button. Oops, nope. Button. Execute. All right. So we want 250, 2.4. Yep. Telemetry ratio 164. That's fine. Switch mode wide. It's either wide or hybrid. I'm going to leave it where it was. Antenna mode, Gemini, antenna 1, antenna 2, switch. I'm going to leave it on Gemini. Link mode, normal, Mavlink. Those are the options, normal or Mavlink. I'm going to leave it on normal. Model match is off. That's good. Transmitter power is 100. Let's drop it down to 50. I don't really need all that power. Dynamic is off. Good. Fan threshold is 250. Fine. Back. VTX administrator, don't care. Wi-Fi connectivity, don't care. Backpack, don't care. BLA joystick, don't care. Bind! There it is. That's what I want. So, race spec. I don't remember how you bind this. Let's try plugging it in 3 times. Let's see what happens. So, screw that. Let's just connect it to Betaflight and hit the bind button. Sometimes I forget that we can do that now. This is the race spec version 3.1. And it might not bind. It might be the crystal oscillators might be out of adjustment enough, in which case I am going to send this back. Oh, it's got my binding phrase in it already. But this doesn't have my bind. Can I add my binding phrase in the Lua? Doesn't look like it. But there... I hit the bind button. It says script syntax error. Bad argument number 2 to question mark null off the side of the screen. Not off to a good start. Okay, that's weird. Let's go back into the Lua. And go to bind again. No. Script syntax error. Bad argument number 2. Oh, ELRS. Oh, boy. You are just... You are something else, man. It's always fucking something with you, isn't it, ELRS? Isn't it? It's always something with you. All right, let me see if I can get the binding phrase into this with the USB. Because the binding phrase will be amazing, because then I won't have to have like one rig bound to this, one rig bound to that. I can just, this will work with everything. So let's go with USB into this fella. It is now powered on. And we are going to go to the ELRS web UI. I think this is it, right? Wait, what? Where's the thing? No, I guess I don't want the web UI. I want the... what's the thing that I want? Express LRS web flasher. There it is. Yep. Hey, so transmitter 3.5.3. That's fine. Hardware vendor. Who are you? RadioMaster. RadioMaster. Radio frequency. Dual. Look at me, fancy. Nomad. Next. Bind phrase, there it is, CiottiFPV. FCC 915, great. Flashing method, we're going to go with serial UART. Nothing in advanced. Next. Come on, baby. Work. USB to UART bridge controller, I guess. Connect. Do it. Do it. Don't you not work. You do it right now. You keep going. You keep going. You keep doing it. I don't have the balls to do full chip erase. Go, 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 go. Come on, keep going, you son of a bitch. Just work, ELRS. Just come on. We can do this. I've been nice to you. I bought you, and now I click the buttons. Go, go. Come on. Come on. Be cool. Be cool. Be even cooler. Be the coolest. Oh, yeah! Oh! Yes! If you need any ELRS questions answered, I'm obviously a professional. Just let me know. I will answer them confidently with zero info behind them and probably steer you in the wrong direction. But I'm desperate to help people. So just ask me. Just ask me any ELRS questions that you ever have. I'll give you an answer that sounds really good, but is probably wrong. And so you'll get the full Facebook group, Reddit, FPV experience. Just let me know. I'm here to help. I made a weird sound when I plugged it in. The moment of truth. Will it connect? Race spec is plugged in. Here we go. Well, let's accelerate the calibrometer real quick. So it stops yelling at me. I think I have to do the full setup on this thing, because I think I wiped it out. Oh my God! Oh! 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 Yeah! Ooh. Express long range system. I think that's what the E stands for, right? Express. Ooh. Who do you know that can make those bars move up and down so beautifully? I gotta do a full beta flight setup here. All right, that'll only take 14 seconds. 1,000, 2,000. Let me just make sure. Yep, 2,000. Yep, 1,000. Great. Deadband of 4. Save. Oh man, look at it. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, Clark. Ports, I shouldn't need to touch, although I'm a little weirded out that there's not a smart audio here, but in theory, it's okay. Barometer, turn it off. Magnetometer, turn it off. BMI 270, so it's 3.2. Oops. Craft name is me. This should all be good. Air mode on. Channel forwarding. No. What the hell's that about? LED strip, yeah, because it's got multicolor LEDs on it. Well, maybe it doesn't. Whatever, I'll leave it on. Servo tilt, we definitely don't need that. Save and reboot. Mario Beans with the right answer. Kevin Sumner says, how old is your Edge TX? I updated it. Well, I put it on a couple months ago, so it's super recent. But that's okay, man. Because binding phrases. Oh! Shit! I shouldn't have to use that. And everything other than the bind works in the Lua. So I should never have to use that Lua bind again with the... until I do. I should really fix it so that I can use that. You know what? I'll always have my Naminmo with me. I'll always bring a backup. So, I'll be alright. Beacon tone 1, save and reboot. I don't know why that was blanked out, but I don't like it being blanked out. Tenzil says, DJI boy here. What is smart audio anyway? It's better sounding audio because it's intelligent. There you go. 3.2, 3.4. Capacity is 300. Save it. Fail safe. Change it to 3 seconds because it's a tiny whoop and who cares. I hope this is the right target. I don't even know if this is the right target. This is the Hummingbird F4 V3 target. I might need them to send me the specific target for this damn thing, but we'll just keep going as if we don't. Express LRS 250, and then I want HD Freestyle. Pick it, save and reboot. That's going to add a bunch of stick smoothing in there. Yeah, so you can hear the quad. Exactly. You can hear the quad. You can hear how smart the quad is, actually. It speaks in Latin if it's extra smart. Oh God, look at this. It's all zeroed out. Man, we tried everything to get this goddamn thing working. You guys remember that live stream? That was a battle. A pitched battle on that live stream. I'm going to take some guesses here and kind of just set this up the way that I like these to be set up. Usually. Should be able to take it. That's what she said. Hey! Ow! Sorry to the headphone crowd. You are now dead. Throttle expo of 0.2. Let's take a guess at 0.32 of the midpoint, and then we'll dial it in. Filter settings for a BMI 270 are right down here. 4.5 filter settings for clean. We do that first. Search for clean. Clean build with RPM filtering. Yes. Pick it. Save and reboot it. All right. So we got that. And then we're going to come in here and go back to filter settings. And then we want one harmonic on the RPM filtering. Looks like that's already turned on. That's great. That'll save me a second. We want to turn off the gyro filter slider. We're going to set this at 135 with a PT2 filter. Why is this off? I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to turn the D-term filtering up a little bit. One dynamic notch, great. Max frequency, I'm going to turn up to 800 to give it a little bit more range in case it needs it. Save this. Then we're going to go into the CLI, and we're going to change the gyro hardware low pass filter with a little chunk of text down below my face. There we go. And then while I'm in here, I might as well turn on crash recovery. Nice little chunk of text here for that. And save. All right, good to go there. Adjustments. Let's get our magical mystery selectable OSD set up. Perfect. Got that. Here is a chunk of text with my analog OSD. I might as well have dropped this into the CLI, but I forgot. Back in there. Drop this in. No red text. That's great. Hit save. All set. One or two more things and we'll be ready to go. Modes. Aux 1. Arm is up. What is up? Is up over here? I think up is over here. God, I forget. Why is it not? It should be connected. Why is it not? Don't you dare. Don't you dare start this shit with me. Don't do it. Don't you do this. Don't start flaking out. Don't flake out at all. Oh, don't. What? Why did it go? Why did this? Where did the? What? What? Where did it go? What the hell? Why did that happen? Don't you... Don't... Don't do that again. I want arm to be up here. Is that right? Arm. Yeah, arm up there. Oh, it is late. Aux 2, horizon, I want up here. Yep. It is late. Beeper, aux 3, all the way down. I don't think it has black box. It does not. Flip over after crash. That's the other one. I'm sitting here like, what's the other one? No. Yep, in the middle. Launch control. Aux 2 in the middle. And that's it. Save it. Adjustments still in there. Great. Motors. D-Shot 300. Okay, bidirectional D-Shot. 14 poles is not right. Why is it on 14? 12, 5.5 motor idle. That's great. I'm setting up the Hummingbird Race V3.1. Ooh, I'm going to fly like a bag of smashed assholes. I am full-blown tired now. I can feel it. Unknown 1. Look at that. That's weird. Oh, that's that weird. I bet you that's that super weird text thing that they do that says like send it. Derp, 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 derp. We're cool. No, not HD, you donkey. NTSC. Save. Video transmitter. Where's the VTX table, you dickbags? Oh. Oh, I think I have to redo all of this. No. Don't do this to me. I haven't been on Newbie Drone's website in a minute. Where is it? Didn't come out that long ago. Have they had this in stock the whole time? Son of a bastard. Ah, there it is. Okay. Give me a VTX table, please. Give me a VTX table, please. Oh, man. I think I have to run this specific... Oh, you fart bag. They're not going to have the VTX table on here. I'm gonna have to install that effing hex. No. 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 Okay. We gotta redo all that stuff. Oh, well. Update firmware. Load firmware local. And then we're going to go to the downloads folder. And it's going to be this CAC hex. Open. Flash firmware. And now this should have the... the VTX table in it. Ooh. That is going slow. What's happening in the Chad? Denzel the Terrible believes Mario Beans over me. Oh, right, about smart audio, yeah. No. No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Smart audio was like mega. When it first came out, it was like, wait, what? We can change the settings through Betaflight without pushing the button 14 times and learning the code of hold the button, push the button, hold the button, push the button? No. All right, let's accelerate the calibrometer. There we go. Why is there no... there's a VTX table though. Okay. All right, let's do that all over again. I'm super weirded out why it's not in here, but let's just keep going. Okay, we got to do it all over again. That hurts my feelings. Channel forwarding, no, we're not using servos. Servo tilt, no, we're not using servos. Permanent air mode, that's fine. Save and reboot. Butterhudson says, you ever have one of those god-awful micro VTXs that will only support a few channels? Those are these. I don't think I did. My VTX has always had a bunch of channels. 3.3 and 3.4. Yeah, it's fine. Capacity 300. Let's save that. Failsafe. 3 seconds. Save and reboot. Come on. All right, presets. Clean with RPM filtering. Pick that one. Save and reboot. And then we're going to do Express LRS 250. Presets. That one. HD Freestyle. Pick it. Save and reboot. All right. PID tuning. Oh, look at this weird tune that they have on here. I guess I'll leave it just for... Wow, for science. Look at this iTerm relax cutoff. That's for super racing. Oh, they're using dynamic idle. I'm going to zero that out. I don't like that. That scares me. Thrust linearization, that's a little too high for me. Nah, I'm going to change a couple of these things. I'm not going to change these much, but I'm going to change these a little bit. I'm not making a big change. This thing flies great out of the box. Everybody loves it. I'm going to make it fly the way I want it to. That might be too much, but we'll give it a shot. Let's see. We'll see what happens. Thanks for hanging, Moss1. All right. Let's go here. Oh man, I'm getting really tired. Holy shit. It's coming to get me. It's coming to get me. The tiredness is on its way. All right, got all that. Filter settings. Fairly standard filter settings, but I want this. I've really grown to love Brandon's filtering setup, and so that's what I'm going to put on here. He is a wizard after all, you know? One notch, that looks all good. I love that they had one gyro RPM harmonic. That's awesome. Receiver, get it over to TAER and put it back to SPI again. I don't know why it keeps going back. It's a little concerning. Binding phrase. What the hell? Why in their specific hex is it setting that incorrectly? That's super weird. And we're good. We have connection. Tough fucking rific. A little bit of deadband. Save it. Bring the thresholds down a little bit for a little more resolution. All right, modes. Arm is all the way down. Great. Angle, turning off. Horizon is all the way up. Beeper. Aux 3, all the way down. Flip over after crash. Aux 3 in the middle. Okay. And then for funsies, as always, launch control in the middle. Veritas User says, are you starting a 3D printing channel? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will do as little 3D printing as I possibly can. Selectable, turn-offable OSD. Motors, 12, that's better. D-Shot 300, bidirectional, great. Motor idle, 6%, that's fine. OSD is going to get set in a minute in the CLI. Fat Shark 8, low power until first disarm on. VTX power 25. Oh, this one is only 25. That's right. That's fine. That's what I fly anyway. LED strip sensors, tether lighting, blah, 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 blah. Okay. CLI, we got a bunch of stuff. Let's get crash recovery turned on. There we go with that. And here is my OSD. What do you think of that? And then one quick line for the gyro hardware low pass filter, changing that to option 2 for Brandon's magical settings, and save it. Ah, good call, Dead Stiff. Yeah, I didn't select anything on the ELRS 250 preset. So by not selecting anything, it must be switching it back. Good call. Let's just double check it to make sure it's saved. Okay, good. All right, so that's all set. Now we got to get the OSD dialed in. Warnings on for all. Unknown 1 is, I think, their wacky warnings thing. All right, that's looking good. NTSC, that's great. Capacity of the battery, 300. Save that. And oof, save. I think that's it. Man, I picked the wrong time to fly this, the most extreme bind and fly tiny whoop ever. We'll wait until the very end of the stream when he's been doing this for 11 hours and got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep last night. What could go wrong? Oh man, this USB port is really close to the battery. Race spec. All set up and should just work. Ooh, this A30 fits awful tight in there. No video. Why? Why no video, bro? I set you to race 8. Did I not hit save? Let's see. Let's plug it back in. Take a quick look. Connect. Video transmitter. It's Fat Shark 8. That'll do it every time. Disconnect. All right. For real this time. Hummingbird version 3.1 race spec. Much better. Look at all that nonsense. What in the world? That's actually really nice. Well, I've been waiting for this for a while. Let's go, it says. Oh, God! All right. What? What is this? What? Main, there we go. Profile. Simplified tuning. I turn this up, and very obviously, you can't turn it up. Let's try that. Oh, boy. Woo, boy. Okay, so the tune is still too far. Back down to main, profile, simplified tuning. We're going to take this back down. Save and exit. Oh, wow. Tune is not great. Yikes. Well, it's totally flyable. Okay, so Newbie Drone BI camera takes, I assume, will take me a minute to get used to. Oh boy. Oh boy, it is light. Oh my god, easy fella. Newbie Drone OSD, which is why it's a little muddy. That was a propeller coming off, I believe. Yep. Knew that was coming. So let's change the propellers, and that might help with the tune. because these Azzy props, in my experience, the blades get bent up when you just install them, and that could easily be the reason that that it won't take even regular PID tuning values. So we're gonna get this onto the new HQ 1.2 by 0.9 by 3 tri-blades. So yeah, let's get these Azzies off of here. Hopefully this helps, because the tune doesn't feel good, and it's prop washing, but it's also oscillating a little bit. I should have left the filtering alone, but Brandon's settings have worked so good that I decided to change them. If I can't get it sorted, I will go back. I will put that hex back on it, which will put the filtering back the way that it was, and we'll give it a shot. But here's the thing. With the filtering the way that it was, the PIDs were still really, really low. I have the PIDs a touch higher than what they were. So the filtering wasn't working much better the way that it was than it is now. So doing all of that is probably not going to have any effect. I wonder what's going on with this. High right, high left, high left, high right. These are the HQ 1.2 by 0.9 by 3s. I think I just said that. Do these need to be drilled out? I believe so. A little bit. Feel all right. Let's, I barely drilled this one out. Let me put it on a motor and see how tight it fits. Shit, was this props in or props out? Well, I'm going to make it props in. They fit fine, actually. That one I drilled out ever so slightly. This one I didn't drill out at all. Let me see. Okay, so I think I remember these needing to be drilled out a little bit. I have not drilled these out, and they fit fine, which might mean that on these newbie drone motors, the motor shafts are ever so slightly thinner than Happy Model motors. Or these props just don't need to get drilled out. I don't remember. Plugging the battery in, arming it, and we'll see if it flies or if it drives itself into the desk. It flies. They had it set up props in. I'm proud of you, newbie drone. You know what's what. Let's see if it's better. These props definitely won't fly off, which is huge. Yep, the tune is better. No, yep. Wow, it's light. So you see the prop wash? Let's see if we can get that prop wash out. Let's see how much better balanced these props really are. Go up to 1.2. That might actually be all it needs. Now the tune is just on the brink of being... Oh, but the prop wash is gone. Most of it's gone. Still a little bit there. But not bad. Boy, is this light. Jeez. I haven't flown a 16-gram rig in a while. Wow, yeah. When they're this light, the hover point is really low. Although I have the throttle expo wrong. So I'm seeing like a hover point when cruising of like 30 or so. So I've got the throttle expo up a little too high, which will make it even worse. So let's fix that real quick. We're going to go rate, and we're going to bring this throttle midpoint down to 30 is probably about perfect. Great power. Whoo! This is light. Oh my God. Mirror flip. Oh boy, come on. Get out of there. Whoa, it is touchy. Oh, okay. All right, so this is one of the problems. Who can tell me what the problem is? See the horizon line? See how sideways it is? Camera's sitting in the mount sideways. That makes it real hard to fly. See how everything is sideways when I go straight? I hate these banana hammock mounts. Alright, that battery's done. I gotta get the camera situation figured out. I cannot fly with the camera that's tilted like that. It is just excruciating. Oh yeah, I can visibly see that the camera is rotated in this mount. See, look at it. See it? How does this mount hold the camera straight? Hopes and prayers. Okay. I believe this was a temporary camera mount. I really hope that there's a better camera mount on this, because this is kind of silly. I don't know if it's just me, but like, yeah, when the camera is not sitting straight, so like the mount is kind of crooked, but I think that the camera is now straight, which is all that really matters. Although I think maybe I need to rotate it just a little bit more. But yeah, that's rough. Oh boy. Okay, so this has fractal syndrome. Not only is the camera not rotated perfectly, but it's pointing to the side. Can you guys see that? This mount is a mess. And so, yeah, this will be as impossible to fly as if I had this in a fractal frame, which is super rough. Okay, I think that's about as good as I can get it for right now. Let's throw it back up in the air and see what's what. But yeah, this camera mount 100% needs to get changed out. This is brutal. For me, I don't know. Maybe other people aren't as sensitive to this, but it absolutely kills me. If I had to guess, it's probably a cinematic pilot thing, because we work very hard to level the horizon. Yeah, it's better. See how much more level that top beam is? It's still not quite right. It's still off just a little bit, but it's much better than it was. Let's go break it upstairs. Oh, God. Oh, it's light. Wow. It's got really decent power. I mean, I have tons of rigs with this amount of power, but it's just the way that it accelerates is insane because of how little weight it's moving around. That's wild. You're going to see me run into shit like that a lot because I'm used to rigs that are a little heavier. So this is like just not going to carry any momentum. Holy shit! Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, light rigs are very fucking fun to fly. Oh, yo. Oh my God. The way that it carries across the ceiling. Like, I mean, admittedly, I'm getting it really close to the ceiling because, like, it's got good power and it's really light, but, like, yeah. Uh-oh. What was that? Man. From everybody else's reviews, I knew this thing was going to be good. Boy, look at it move around. Yeah, okay. This is a full tilt race rig. Oh, almost. So with it being so light, you get more hang time. And so like when it's scraping the ceiling like that, you just have like another quarter of a second would be my guess. of it sort of hanging out up there, which just looks so cool. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like it's just hanging. That is wild. Oh boy. I hope this holds up because this is fun. Man, look at it just like... It just changes directions. Hey. Damn. That is something else. And it's a goddamn binding fly. What? Oh my god, it goes through there like it's nothing. These props are a really nice match. Super lightweight. Makes it nice and crisp. Good runtime. Coming up on 3 minutes here. This is usually when I come in and land, though. 3.48 at a dead hover. So yeah, 3 minutes of runtime. Phew, boy. Yeah, that's something else. That is very obviously a racing rig. Yo. I don't know how much I want to fly this. So one of the other things is this mount is a TPU mount. This mount is going to let the camera bash into the AIO. And I don't want to break it. So I think I'm going to do 2 more batteries, and then that's it. And then I'm going to figure out a better camera mount situation so that this thing will live a little bit, longer. Because, yeah, this is way fucking fun, man. This is so light. Yo, holy shit. That is crazy. All right, we're going to do 2 more. I'll stay down here. Upstairs is where it's going to get destroyed. So I'll stay down here and bash it into the carpet a bunch. Okay. As I slam it full throttle into the main beam of the house. Great. Oh, God. I'm doing this on purpose for the record. It's a race... Oh, the tune is... Oh, fuck. The tune is absolutely at the limit. Every once in a while, I'm getting a little bit of oscillation. I'm going to back the tune off a little bit. It doesn't... It kind of needs it, but I'd rather it be safe. Again, I don't want to blow it up. So let's just back that down. That's probably all it really needs. Whoa, whoa. Easy, big fella. Crash prevention is saving my ass. Oh, I didn't need to disarm it there. Woo, boy. I'm gonna say something kind of mean, but real. Not a freestyle rig. Mainly because of the video quality. And I mean, they don't tout it as that. It is very specifically a race rig. And with racing, you got big gates, right? Big, easy to see gates to shoot through. And so with the Newbie Drone OSD, you lose video quality, but you can still see the gates. And so I'm not sure about this for freestyle. I mean, I guess you could argue that with freestyle inside the house, you know where the couch is always going to be, and it's all about doing just the sickest, gnarliest tricks, and this is ultra lightweight, and that's going to help with that. But there is an element to freestyle where you do want to be able to, like, basically to DVR and have it look good. Analog already doesn't look very good. Oh boy. Oh god. And this looks even worse, right? So I don't know. You could argue that pretty hard on the other side. I am I am able to send this thing through gates easier than anything else because of how light it is. I don't think that's coming out. Oh my god! And then you can also argue that with the lightweight, you get that extra hang time, and that's actually nice for freestyle. But, yeah. I really wish that Newbie Drone would go back to the old school OSD chip to get the video quality back. They've got a little bit of room on the corners of this board. See all the daylight here in the corners? It wouldn't be quite as lightweight, but I would rather have better video quality. And the camera has rotated itself again. So I'm going to try to eyeball it and rotate it back flat. Wow. Does this change direction? Camera looks like it's pointed pretty straight though, so that's nice. Last battery on this thing. Good lord, this is fun to fly. Disabled Combat Android, thanks for hanging, brother. Dead Stiff says you can use the Beta FPV G-string camera mount. Yep, that's probably going to be what I run. I have an extra one too from the Air 65 Champion. That's in this. That's in Smoke Crotch Gray, which will keep the whole theme of this thing going. The all black theme. The impossible to find when you crash it theme. Almost Stevie Wondered it, but not quite. Wow, this is something else. Oh, fully charged battery. The tune does get a little upset. Whoa, okay. That bounced into the wall there. Woo, yo! So when you're going fast like that, that's when the direction changes are extra impressive. Like that, right? I mean, that's just bananas. Ugh. I didn't have to disarm there. Man, for an 18-year-old competitive racer, this must be unreal. That ain't me, though. I'm more than double the age of someone that it would take to really hurl this thing around a racetrack with violence. Oh, that's unrecoverable. Something I am noticing is that the LED gate is just all white. There's no detail there. And I can't even really see the gate when I'm coming towards it. So I don't know how this thing would deal with LED gates. The other gates are totally fine, but like watch this, right? Ooh, God. I guess I could kind of... for a minute ago, I swear to God, I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the holes in the gate at all. Yeah, see, look. Can't see the gate at all. From back here, it's just white. Can't see it. Now, at the last second, I could see it. That's tough. Maybe it's because it's a cube gate. But, yeah, I don't know. See that prop wash there? The tune is not... Oh, shit. Please don't be broken. Oh. Well, there's the first black martini glass that I knocked over. It's not broken, though. That's nice. Wow, this is nuts to fly this through these different freestyle movements. Oh, boy. Oh, my God. It just... The end of that Maggie flip, it had so much power to weight that it... Am I in the coffee table again? No, I'm behind the Mazda 2 piston. Yeah, the camera's not right again. The camera has rotated in the mount again. All right, so when I even it up... See, look how off the horizon line is. See it? See how crooked it is? See, yeah, this mount has got to go. Other than that, though, wow, that is bananas. I'm bringing these batteries in much earlier than most people would, so that runtime is definitely shorter. But, whoo, boy, that is eye-opening to fly something that light. And if you want to be competitive at racing, switch the props, though. Switch over to the HQ 1.2 by 0.9s, I think. Maybe the higher pitch ones are probably fine too. Apparently these motors make good power. They did great in Rosser's testing. Wowee! That is something. What's it weigh? I'm gonna weigh it after I switch the canopy too, because I don't think this canopy is. This weight is unfair, because this canopy to me is unrealistic. This is not a canopy that you could actually run. It would either break it, or having the camera the camera's twisted itself again. Having the camera twist itself like that is not going to work ever. 16.5 grams. I'm assuming that to save weight, they took a bunch of the capacitors off of this AIO, and that's maybe why you can't run a super aggressive tune. Racers don't care about that. You know, I mean, they care a little bit, but lighter weight, especially on a tiny whoop, is going to make them faster than a rockin' tune that doesn't prop wash ever. So, I mean, in so many ways, this is hard fucking core. Just no compromise. Race. That's wild. What's really cool about it is the extra hang time. For me, what's cool is, there's so much hang time, which kind of has me thinking about paying more attention to making stuff lighter. I don't necessarily know if I put 2 and 2 together on the hang time thing, but now I can really see that. Wow. ELRS antenna got a little bit kinked, but yeah, this needs a new camera mount in the worst way. This is actually worse than fractal frames previously have been the absolute worst camera mounting I've ever seen. I think this is worse. No, it's not. It's not worse. Because after I fixed the rotation on this axis, it has stayed. It's still rotating like this. The fractal frames, it's just a total shit show. And on both of those axes, the camera is either like this or it's like that. And that's brutal. Jacob Williamson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, I love the live flights. How would you compare this to the Draknight for newbies? I'm fresh. I just got the HGLRC RTF kit. This is the worst possible quad for someone new. You could not pick a worse rig. I'm serious. This is for the most experienced, fastest racers that exist. And for a new person, this is going to be impossible to fly. They've made a lot of sacrifices in terms of durability. So yeah, this is the complete opposite of a newbie build. I don't really know what the Draknight is, but let me take a quick look. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, this could be good for new folks. Kind of depends if it's durable. If it's durable, this could be a fun rig for new people. I've had terrible luck with HGLRC when it comes to durability. But you never know. All this stuff is made in the same province in China. So it's a roll of the dice if any of our stuff is going to be durable or not. My main complaints about this are going to be that you're going to take the walk of shame a lot. These little tiny, like 1.6 inch, 2 inch open propped rigs like this, when you crash in the grass, you can't turtle mode. If you do turtle mode, you're going to blow the AIO up. Even if you do manage to turtle mode it back right side up, there's going to be a blade of grass against one of these propellers, and it's not going to have enough power to push it out of the way. And so you're going to have to take the walk of shame. So yeah, I would not necessarily recommend this for a newbie unless you're looking to get a bunch of exercise, because every time you crash, you're going to be walking out to get it. I would much rather have something like a 75 millimeter tiny whoop, where it's got the guards that usually keep the grass away from the propellers. But to be really honest, like, the first rig that you buy is a total crapshoot. And it's not going to be a rig that you ever fly again. So, like, you know, don't stress over, like, I want my first rig to be something that I can fly for 5 years, or something that I can upgrade or whatever. Like, just pick something, get into it. You'll learn what you like and what you don't like. And then the second rig that you buy is going to be one with a lot more thought put into it. Maybe you never crash and you never have to take the walk of shame because you go 100 feet up in the air, and that's what's fun to you, right? Like, everybody flies totally different. And you don't really know that until you kind of start flying. So you just got to, like, go for it and just pick something. And then as you're flying it and blowing it up, you'll probably also lose it too. Most people lose their first rigs. And so, you know, this Draknight is $115. That's a really good deal. That's not a lot of money to lose. Compared to, you know, $300-400 for like a 5-inch rig that can hurt somebody when you lose it too. So I love that you're starting off with something small that's not going to kill anyone. But yeah, something with prop guards, to me is a little bit of a better idea, just from like you'll get more flight time in. When every time you crash, you have to walk out, get it, and walk all the way back. Like, if you go out and fly for like an hour, you'll actually only have maybe 20 minutes of actual flight time. Whereas something with prop guards, where you can turtle mode it back over and take it back off, if you go out and fly for a half an hour, you'll still get that 20 minutes of flight time. Does that make sense? So yeah. But again, your first rig is always like a total crapshoot. So it's just like, pick something, go for it, and then pay attention. Pay attention to how often you're walking out to get it. Pay attention to how durable it is. Stuff like that is what's really important. Everybody is completely unique. There is no such thing as a best rig. In order for me to properly suggest a rig to someone, it has to be someone that's been flying for at least 6 months to a year. And I have to spend a half an hour session that I do through a website called Fiverr with them to ask them enough questions to be able to get dialed in on it. So, like, yeah, no such thing as best. You can't just ask somebody on the internet, or especially on Reddit or Facebook, because more, and I'm not kidding about this, more than 50% of the info that you'll get from Reddit or Facebook groups is completely wrong. Not even a little bit wrong, completely wrong. And so be super careful with that. When you ask super open-ended questions, like, you know, what's the best rig? All of the answers are wrong, because there's not enough information in that question for even someone that's brilliant, that's been doing this forever, to answer it properly. So keep that in mind. There's no such thing as best. Most of the info on Reddit and Facebook groups is awful. And you are very unique. We all are very unique pilots. And so there's some work that has to get done to figure out what each of our best rigs is. And it's about durability. It's about where you fly, how much runtime you want, how much power you want. What do you want to do with the footage? What camera do you want to carry? What video system do you want to run, right? There's all these different things. This is what makes FPV pretty difficult, to be completely honest. You got to be pretty stubborn. You got to be willing to spend a little bit of money to stay into FPV. And you got to give it a lot of time. FPV becomes magic after like a year. You got to be willing to put time, effort, and some money into that first year in order to really get to the point where you're comfortable flying, you're able to figure out the perfect build for you. And then you get to this place where like you forget that you're even flying a quad, and you're just transported into this magical place where your brain is actually just like, oh yeah, I'm flying through the air, it's all good, cool. And that's the money. It's a long road to get there. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. New people that show up to my and Joshua Bardwell's streams, most of them will see their name for about 6 months or so, and then they'll disappear forever. There's an incredible turnover rate in FPV. If you're stubborn enough, and if you are willing to put the time in, you can stick with it, and it's worth it. It really, really, really is. Those of us, it's weird, man. People either bail after 6 months, or they're in this shit forever, and they're in it for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And like, not a lot of hobbies are like that. Not a lot of things are like that. A lot of times you pick something up, you do it for maybe a few years, and then you're like, all right, what's next? FPV is different. The skill ceiling is sky high, so you can just keep getting better and better and better forever. But boy, is the learning curve steep. And your first year is the hardest. And so if you can make like a friend, if you can have a friend that's new with you, that's super helpful, because eventually you will want to quit, and then your friend will hopefully not let you quit. And then when he eventually wants to quit, you won't let him quit. A lot of times that's one of the only things that keeps people in FPV for the long haul. It's certainly the only reason I was able to stay in it. In my first year, I quit 3 times, I think. But my buddy that was in it with me, he wouldn't let me quit. I think he quit 4, maybe 5 times, and I wouldn't let him. It's that bad. And I'm a stubborn bastard. You're just meeting me, but I'm a stubborn motherfucker. And I've got like an engineering background. Like, there's a lot of things. I've got a background in like as a camera operator, right? Like, I'm a perfect person to stay into FPV, and I still quit. Might have only been twice, but like 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times, maybe whatever. But yeah, I quit. There were multiple nights where I was like, nope, this is bullshit. I am done. And I went to sleep. Like, as soon as I wake up, I'm just going to list it all on eBay and I'm out. This was stupid. And yeah, luckily I didn't, because I somehow managed to turn it into a career. Thank you for the $5 super chat, brother. Stick with it if you can, but prepare, because it is unlike, I've done lots of hard shit in the 43 years I've been on this earth. FPV is completely different. But it's one of the most magical things that I've ever done. So yeah, the hardest shit in life is a lot of times the most rewarding. Ginger FPV says, how you doing? Hope you're holding up. I'm chilling with some fun guys. LOL, happy New Year's to you. You as well. Skull 901 says, so are you going to range test it? No range testing. It is not built for range. Striker says, don't send it in the dog bowl. Yeah, I still have flashbacks from the Air 65. I almost put the Matrix AIO into the sink tonight. It got stuck on the back. It would have gone in, and there was all kinds of water in there. It got stuck, the faucet, the neck of the faucet, it got jammed behind it. If I'd been a half an inch either side, it would have bounced right off and went into the water. Striker says, man, I saw you fly it, and I went to Tiny Whoop and bought it. Super excited to try it. Got some Tiny Whoop 300s, HQ Ultralights, and I'm going to print a McStinky. McStinky is probably the mount to use. It may very well be. They have centered the camera plug and the UFL, so the McStinky will not sit sideways like it does on most AIOs. So yeah, the McStinky might be good. Yeah, I'm going to have to play around with mounts. Dead Stiff says, you can use... Yep, we talked about that. Disabled went to sleep. James Thomas says, if I want to coat an AIO, do I want urethane, silicone, or super Corona conformal coating? What the hell is super Corona conformal coating? I think that the old school MG Chemicals 419 is still the way to go. You just want to be really careful applying it to not get it on any buttons or connectors. But I think this is still the best stuff. There's some other stuff that does work, but that's the gold standard, I believe. I've not conformal coded anything, though, so take that with a grain of salt. Jacob says, how would you... Oh, we got that. Dead Stiff says, Tiny Whoop did a video where they missed a race spec... Missed a race spec 3.1 to 14... Oh, right. Yeah, they made this thing even lighter. They did all kinds of custom FPV and Nightwing have some pretty serious tricks to go even lighter weight. That's not my thing, but it's super cool. Yeah, they do some fun stuff over there. Striker says, thoughts on 2S 2-inch ductless. Want to give it a try. BT 3.0 450s might be cool. Not my thing. It would drive me insane having to constantly walk out and get it. Also, I like to shoot gaps, and as soon as you take the ducts off, it becomes really difficult to shoot gaps. But there's lots of people that like 2-inch ductless rigs. So yeah, don't go by my bias. Vigno FPV with a $13.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you, brother. Hey, I just wore the damn onesie all the way through, so we fine. 830 goes to 835 because of Jacob. And then Vigno, I'm going to round up to 15. So that goes to 850. And then Jacob with another 20. Dude, very cool. Thank you. That gets it up to 870. Vigno, no comment, just wants to support me. Thank you, brother. Very cool of you. For anybody that's new, popping in, CiottiFPV.com is the best spot to... here's Vigno's comment. CiottiFPV.com has a bunch of great ways to support me. Joining my Patreon is the absolute best. But there's a whole bunch of affiliate links over there. Change your bookmarks to someone's affiliate links, and then we'll keep making YouTube stuff, and you don't even have to think about it. Vigno says, hi, Ciotti. I'm looking for best build for Whoop Freestyle Indoor. Experienced builder and average freestyler. Been flying for 3 years. No such thing as best unless I can do like a half an hour or hour session with you and ask you 20 to 30 questions. But what I can tell you is that my preferred build at the moment would be over on Weebleed. You can get the Happy Model 2G4 flight controller, the number 2, the letter G, and then 4. And then you put that into either a Newbie Drone Cockroach V3 frame for a little bit more durability, or a Newbie Drone Light AF frame for a little bit more lightweight. Old school Mobula 6 canopy. You'll see it on there. It looks like this. Looks like an upside down ball sack. There's an FXT camera over there that's going to work in this canopy. If you search Weebleed for F like Frank, X like X-ray, T like Thomas, you'll find this camera. This will mount into the Mobula 6 canopy. Mobula 6, no space. Here it is. This is the one you want. This is a super durable canopy. It's got this little mounting plate and the screws that you need. This is another canopy option, but it's nowhere near as durable. I'm all about building these things that you can just bash and they just keep working and working and working. For the motors, for where you're at, the screamers are going to be plenty. And so if you go to the motors here, by the way, I do have an affiliate link to this website, which is over on CiottiFPV.com. Weebleed 0702 32,500 kV screamers with 1.5 millimeter motor shafts. That is a much, much, much stronger motor shaft. There are a bunch more propellers on the way that are going to work with this 1.5 mil motor shaft. Right now, today, there's only one set of props. Luckily, they're a pretty good... This might be them. No, it's not. 1.6. No, these aren't it. They're not up yet, but they're coming. But for right now, this is a totally decent set of propellers. It is the... There they go. Special edition Gemfan 31 millimeter 1.5 mil motor shaft. This is them. So these are the propellers. You see this 1.5? that's referencing the 1.5 millimeter motor shaft. This propeller is the 1210. I don't know why they're calling it 31 millimeter by 2, but it's 1.2 inches, 10 pitch, which is what 1210 means. So this propeller, and then you want BT 2.0 batteries and pigtail. This is the one that you want, the U-shaped. It has this little molded U into it that saves you a little bit of cable, and it's really easy to unplug and plug. The batteries that you want are these 300 mAh batteries. It's really nice. You're going to be able to build almost this entire thing from one website, which is just, you used to not be able to do it like that. We bleed 300 mAh batteries. You want to make sure that you get BT 2.0. That's really important. It's much, much, much better than PH 2.0. So get a couple of these batteries here. I would get like 2 4-packs. Get a BT 2.0 charger, the cheapest possible option that you're going to want anyway, because it's a cell checker. You see that 4.26 there? When you plug batteries into this, it tells you the battery voltage. But you can also plug in that little test port, but you can also plug USB-C in there, and it'll charge 2 batteries at a time. So this is like indispensable to have. So get this first, and then down the road, if you want to really go in, there are other battery chargers that'll do like 6 at a time. That's it. That's the full build. The AIO will come with an antenna, and yeah, that's a full build on one website, which is amazing. This is the 2G4. This is the most durable, just no-nonsense AIO that we've ever had in Tiny Whoop world. And there's really like nothing. There are new AIOs that are a little bit lighter weight, but they're much less durable. And durability is well worth the fraction of a gram extra weight. But at some point before you check out, come to CiottiFPV.com and click this WeBleed affiliate link. And I'll get a small percentage of your total order, and I'll use it to test more stuff and give you guys more good info. How's that sound? Jacob Williamson with a $20 super chat. He says, thank you very much for the insight. Watched some videos from a couple FPV YouTubers covering the ready to fly kit that I bought. Got 20 hours in the sim. I'm hoping to be able to fly around higher around my house before low altitude tricks. You'll get there, man. Put tons of time into the simulator. Tons. I used to do no less than 30 minutes in the sim a night, every single night. I did that for probably almost a year straight. And by the end of that, I was starting to kind of get good. Sim time is everything because it's free. Flying for real costs money almost every time. And you will almost certainly eventually lose an entire rig. And that really hurts. But it's just, yeah, you got to pay to play, especially at first. So hammer on the sim. Even when you get bored of the sim, just keep going. You will learn so much in the simulator, even when you don't think you're learning. You really, really, really are. And in the sim, you can push yourself beyond your limits. In real life, when you push yourself beyond your limits, you lose shit, you break shit. And when you break shit in real life, you can't fly again because you're waiting for replacement parts to come, yada, yada, yada. Once you find a rig that you really love, try to build or buy a second identical one, because when you inevitably destroy the first one, you can put the second one up in the air and keep flying. What really sucks is when you drive a half an hour to go fly and you blow it up on the first battery and you drive a half an hour home. If you have a second rig, as soon as you're flying that second rig that's your last working rig, you relax and you fly safe so that you can at least get some flying time in. These are some of the things that'll keep you from getting so frustrated that you quit. Atreides says, I get like that for just a second. Now it's my job. The I quit, though, only lasts for an hour now. Nice. Thrash FPV says, did you see the White House fly through with the Christmas message? I did. Yeah, it was, I don't know. Fly-throughs are, I don't know. Fly-throughs are not the right way, in my opinion, to move through a building. A gimbal on a stick is. And so you fly up to the front door and then you edit in a gimbal on a stick, and now with the gimbal on a stick, you don't have to worry about destroying everything because it's right in front of you, and you can do all kinds of cool stuff with it. So I don't know, the building fly through thing doesn't really do anything for me, but I mean, it's great that I forget his name, but he's an OG pilot that got that job, which is awesome. I'm so glad that they didn't give that to some schmuck flying a Nevada 2 that's been doing it for like 6 months. No offense to anybody that's only been flying for 6 months, but there's been an unbelievable race to the bottom in FPV of new pilots doing shitty work, which gives us all a bad name for no money, which then makes people not want to pay those of us that actually do a good job and do it safely. And so it's a bit of a sore subject there. But yeah, an OG pilot that is really, really good got that gig, which felt awesome. Striker says, the thing that sucks is I'm flying on concrete 80% of the time, but spots near me are shit anyways. Yeah, it's like that here in Atlanta. It's like that in most cities. Martin Tanley says, how close do you want your props to your motors when putting them on? I push them all the way down. The farther down you push the propeller on the motor, the longer your motor shaft will last. And the motor shaft is what breaks on these motors and bends first to ruin the motor. So absolutely all the way down. You do not want to be making faces or like putting your elbow up in the air to really push these propellers down. You will 100% ruin your motors, and it'll be almost impossible, if not impossible, to get the propeller off. You want to be able to push these propellers on like this. You want to put some force into them, but you never want to be going like 2 fingers on top of each other or like struggling. That is too much force. The motor shaft is laser welded to the motor bell, and it's not very strong. And if you're doing this to a propeller with your thumb, you are going to destroy that motor. On my Etsy store, linked over on CiottiFPV.com, I have 1.5 millimeter and 0.99 millimeter drill bits. Every single time before you put a propeller on, you take it and you run it down this 0.99 millimeter or 1.5 millimeter drill bit, and you make sure that you can somewhat easily put it up and down 0.99 millimeters. And that way the 1 millimeter motor shaft is not going to be too tight for it. It's something that'll, I sell these for like $5 each. For $10, you will save a $10 motor, at least one $10 motor. So you can either pay now or you can pay later. Here's the problem though. They don't sell just one of these motors. So it's actually going to cost you $40 because you're going to have to buy 4 of them. So you can pay $10 or you can pay 40. Striker says, how's the Matrix AIO treating you? Seems to be totally fine. I've only put about 5 batteries through it, but it seems to be pretty good. I've unplugged and plugged the UFL 10 times and it hasn't ripped off. So that was the biggest issue with the previous gen of beta FPV AIOs. Vigno with a 279 super chat. He says, thank you for the detailed answer. You're certainly welcome. Jacob with a $5 super chat. He says, thank you so much. I love the community. Any tips for settings in DRL or good tracks? From what I've heard, DRL is not a very accurate simulator for freestyle. And it sounds like you're looking at flying freestyle. So my recommendation would be to get Velocidrone. Velocidrone is the most accurate physics-wise sim, and it's not all that expensive. I'll type it into the chat. VELOCIDRONE. My voice is almost all the way gone. Thank you for the support, brother. Striker says, crazy thing, I still crash just as much as when I started, except now I crash doing an inverted yaw spins and back. Yeah, as you get better, you crash harder and harder and harder. That's totally normal. And the frequency with which you crash is just based upon how much beyond your limit you are pushing yourself. The farther beyond your limit within reason, the faster you're going to learn. What you want to avoid is trying stuff like if you're at like a skill level of 5 and you're trying to do something at a skill level of 15, that's too much. You're not going to learn anything from that. If you're at a 5, you want to try stuff that's a 6 and a 7. So like, yes, you're going to crash, but it's not like, oh, I'll just throw it at this gap blindly. And like, if it goes through, I'm the best pilot in the world. If it doesn't, well, I got 3 days of repairing ahead of me. You don't learn anything when you do that. That's what you really want to avoid. If you're in a freestyle competition or something like that, like, okay, I get it. But yeah, it doesn't do you any good to just throw these things at gaps and like, because if it randomly goes through, like, right, it's just, oh, cool. Like, who saw it? One person or nobody? Right? So it's, yeah, you want to try stuff that's a little bit outside of your comfort level, but not so far outside that it's just on a hope and a prayer, because you don't learn anything there. And it's all about learning something. Oof. 151. 9 minutes, yo. 9 minutes, and I've completed the 4th or 5th 12-hour live stream. I did a 24-hour live stream once. That was a disaster. That was a nightmare. That sucked. That was legitimately like not fun. It was for a while, but that's just way too much. The biggest kick in the dick with that was that was the first big long live stream that I did. And that was before I knew that if you live stream for more than 11 hours, YouTube deletes it. And so that a bunch of people got to see that live stream, and that was it. Nobody else has ever gotten to see it, nor will anyone. It just got deleted. It was I did it on top of the 24 hours of Le Mans, which is a motorsport, an endurance, motorsport endurance race. And yeah, that was something else. Wait, no, did it? Hold on. I might have known by then. Have I done 2 24-hour streams? I can't possibly be that dumb. These are all sim racing streams. Yeah, no, yeah. The 24-hour of Le Mans stream is lost to the ether. I still have the thumbnail of it though. This is the only evidence of that stream. Here, look at this. Edited. Yeah, there it is. Well, nope, that ain't it. Do I still have it? Why is this? Why is it? That's weird. Why is that the thumbnail image? That's the complete wrong file name for that. That's super weird. I thought I still had it. I feel like oh, you know what? It got overwritten. There is zero evidence that I ever did that live stream. Wow, it's all gone. Yeah, I'll be damned. Even the thumbnail is gone. What a kick in the balls. Ah, well. There might be somebody in chat that was there. Who in chat was there? Kevin Sumner says, would you ever do 24 hours of lemons? Yeah, so for those that don't know, the 24 hours of Le Mans, L-E space M-A-N-S, is arguably the biggest motorsport event of the year, every year. Massive endurance race, all the best tech and teams and drivers and just incredible. Here in the US, we have something called the 24 Hours of Lemons. This is a grassroots style, totally for fun, but it gets pretty competitive. 24-hour endurance race, but there is a $2,000 or $3,000 cap on the car and all the performance mods. The safety gear is opened. Proper roll cage, proper suit, helmet, harnesses, extinguisher, all the good stuff. That is open because they don't want people to die. But the car, the suspension, right, the wheels, tires, engine mods, stuff like that, or $3,000 cap, right? So shit boxes. All the cars are shit boxes. And then you sign up. I think you have to have a team of at least 3 people. You really need like 4 or 5 or 6 people though, because you got to have crew chiefs. You got to have multiple drivers because you're limited to like, I think the stints are limited to about 2 hours, but I mean, you can't really run a gas tank big enough to run much beyond that anyway. And it's hysterical. Like everybody, they keep it light, they keep it fun. You get so if you do something stupid out on track, you'll have to come in and your penalty will be like, you have to get unbuckled from your harnesses and run around the car 20 times. And then you can get back in. Or like the penalties are all like hysterical. Or you have to write like, I'm an asshole on a board like 100 times. Right. And it's super funny. I did a lot in my 20s into my 30s with motorsports. I was very, very, very lucky. I don't really have many regrets not participating, not getting in with one of the teams on 24 Hours of Lemons is for sure a big regret of mine. I had friends that did it, and I was so focused on being competitive in autocross and then instructing that it just wasn't at the top of my list back then. And that was silly. I should have gotten in on that. And it might be too late. I don't know. Maybe someday I can get back there and into that world and do it. But yeah, I regret not doing a Lemons event. Martin Tanley says, you might be happy to know that I set 2 top 10s in Forza Motorsport for hot laps. Nordschleifer full and Hockenheim. Very cool, dude. Very, very cool. The talent pool in sim racing is absolutely ridiculous. Martin Tanley also says, I take it you love Rush, the movie, and Ayrton Senna. Yeah, I grew up watching Ayrton Senna. He passed, I believe, before I was born, but he was, the footage of him racing was still all over the place. Yeah, the movie's about him. I haven't watched the new movie, though. I believe it's just called Senna. I've been just looking for the right time to watch that. Afeel for MYG says, I just found out how to change rates in the OSD. I was wondering if you could change the motor limit in the OSD. You can. It is in MISC PP. And then it's going to be MTR space LMT. Denzel Turbo says, good job on 12 hours. See you in the new year. See you, brother. Thanks for hanging. It is 1:58. I will do 2 more minutes. Let me find what outro I'm gonna play. Well, I've played footage of me flying around the demolition site for the entire stream, so I might as well finish strong with that. I still tomorrow I gotta pull that footage off the card. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get the footage off the card right fucking now. I should have already done that. If you ever fly something important, when you come home, get on the computer and get the footage off of the card immediately. There is no telling when a card will fail. 30th, 29th, 28th, so that was 12/28, demo gig, and DCIM, GoPro. Which file have I not played? I'm going to play you guys one more file from the gig that prevented me from doing this 12-hour stream on Friday night. I think I played that one for you guys. I'm going to play the file that I played at the very, very beginning of this live stream because not many people will still be here, and it's the best flight file on this card because I'm ripping in and out of the building, shooting gaps, going outside the building, back in the building. This was a very fun one. Thanks for hanging. Type 12 hours if you hung on the entire time. Striker says, I just started iRacing. Talent pool is insane. Still 2 seconds off the pace with 8 hours in the game there. I'll get there eventually. It takes time. It takes a lot of time. Sim racing is something else. Much more difficult than real racing, believe it or not. Because you don't have the G-forces from your butt. It is 2 a.m., my friends. I've been streaming for 12 hours. Thanks for hanging. Good morning, Uriel. Hendrix Freakazoid says, been here since 3 p.m. Good show. Thank you, brother. Thanks for everybody that continues to support me. You guys are awesome. Join my Patreon over at CiottiFPV.com. That's the best thing you can do to help me out. $3 a month. It's 10 cents a day. I do 10 hours of live streaming a week, every single week. I think that's like 7.5 cents an hour. Support me and I'll keep doing it. Love you guys. Here is the best battery that I flew at the demolition site yesterday morning. See you guys maybe tomorrow night. No promises, but maybe tomorrow night at 10 o'clock Eastern, I'll do another stream. If not, Wednesday at 10, I'll see you there. Love you. Bye. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy New Year, you filthy animals.